think there's about 200 something frog people in the caverns, and we are trying to replenish our population and trying to fix our moods. So we are this tiny little cavern fort, and we've kind of hollowed out this area, and you can see, well, that mess. There's, you know, like this little space here that I need to build up and work on. And then you can also see this mess. And then there's been various forgotten beasts and stuff that have shown up. Dwarves have gone off and then just like gotten ambushed. As you can see, there's lots of amphibian skeletons in the water. I'm not actually sure how a lot of those got there. But you know, it's pretty horrific. The amount of skeletons that are around. Up on the surface, this corner of the map is actually haunted. If it's having any effects, I haven't seen anything aside from that there's gray langurs that spawn on it. It's a very mild haunted biome, I'll say that, which is a little bit disappointing. I was hoping for that to be a little bit more exciting, but is what it is. Over in the Overworld map, we are in range of 3 towers from here. So there's 1, 2, and 3 that are all at war with us that are going to be attacking us. One of which is right next to us, which has 200 population, which is kind of insane for a tower because they usually have like 10 or like under 100. So we got a 200 population tower just north of us, which is kind of nuts. I can't tell you a joke that only Canadians would understand, but I can send you a song. Also, as a Canadian who, like, never smiles, this song makes me smile. What's the size of the world? It's a medium world. Medium. It's pretty small. You know, fits on my screen pretty much. So then over here, this is our bedroom design. Kind of goes up through this spire, and this is kind of the idea of what this whole fort's going to look like. It's just going to be like these multi-layer rooms vertically in the caverns. This is my tavern. We've got our little dining hall, and then the rest of the tavern, which I actually need to expand a little bit because this got moved out. We're just trying to cheer up the fort a little bit. We do have one necromancer who is Eustace, who's a lie maker, who seems to be a lovely member of the fort so far, quite happy as well. And let's read through the dwarves that are in the fort, which is not that many. Last grew Lyagushka, Salford Sal, who was gifted. The suited giraffe, white dog, and that's everybody, because everybody else died. So, that being said, redemptions are now on. So you can redeem a dwarf if you like. You're north of most Canadians? Yeah, you're north of me. I mean, I'm about as close to the border as you can be. Nimlark, what kind of dwarf would you like? You know, we've got a few different varieties of dwarf and other types of dwarfs. Some are angry, some are not, like Lyagushka here, very angry. Then we got some dwarves that are like pretty meh. A lot of them are pretty meh. We got a lot of military, a whole squad of them. 2 squads of them? 2 squads of them, in fact. So we got quite a lot of military, I probably should just get them both training. And various other dwarves, so anything you'd like in particular. We do have a legendary weaponsmith and a metal crafter. Yeah, that's pretty true. I mean, anybody who survived the fights has seen some awful things. Nimlark 2? Okay. Someone happy and not likely. So the not likely to get in combat thing's a little difficult. How about we go with Deucim the animal caretaker? How's that? Really wish you could zoom out in the large world on Steam. Tarn has said that they need to get that working again. I'm sure we'll get back there at some point. Does that work, Nimlark? Nimlark 2. Nimlark the second is very greedy and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he generally acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and the fire alarm in the other building is going off. He occasionally overindulges and lives a fast-paced life and isn't particularly curious about the world, and he has an active sense of humor and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally has a deep dislike of the natural world and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Also, Stokills, thanks for all the bits, by the way. The additional 500 bits, which I don't think I acknowledged at all. He likes garnerite, lead, and clear diamond, fungi, wood, and clear glass, and the color spring green, gems and picks in the words of the lavender tulips, and the sound of the mellow saffron, and when possible prefers to consume strawberry wine and rye seeds, and absolutely hates cave spiders. And visuals-wise, his very long beard is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean-shaven. His nose is upturned. His emerald eyes are slightly wide set, and his hair is mature, and his skin is dark. His dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. Also, those portraits that were teased in the video that was posted today are gonna go here. That's where those are gonna go. After the first death, you would like to try and avoid dying. Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna make you into a performer in this tavern. Assuming it's something you're like remotely decent at. Which I guess you're not. There you are. You're a dabbling speaker. And I'll just remove you from other labors. Back from the meeting? Welcome back from the meeting. Yeah, gets excited while performing and excited remembering performing. So, and likes discussing people's problems. So we'll get you serving wine and dancing and watching dances. And you're euphoric due to inebriation. So hopefully you help out. Uh-oh, are you about to party? Music just cut out. Oh yeah, also we have a giant wren. It is party time. Party with the kitty cats. Twitch is being weird today. How so, Frog? So, Chad, I got another comment I would like to read out loud. You guys want to hear another kind of negative comment? So this comes from another person on today's video, and they say, "I've grown to hate this game with passion. I was waiting for the Steam release so eagerly. It's like it's gonna be a jump start for Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, it came out raw, but I thought the development was going to speed up. But it's still at a fucking snail crawl. Why won't they hire more people? Putnam is not enough, and the game is still half of a game. It's irritating to play something unfinished, knowing it's going to take another decade to feel complete. For the same reason I despise CUD. Playing half of a good game somehow feels even worse than playing a bad game." That's an interesting take. You know what else came out raw? Your mom? What else came out raw? Oh, the thing that Gordon Ramsay tried to eat and then went, "It's raw!" Like that? That's the only thing I got. All right. Troll or Bronzebrain? They're subscribed to my channel, so neither. I think it's an honest take. Like, genuinely, I think that's just someone's opinion. Which, like, I mean, I can't directly knock it. It's not, like, an unfair take. Like, yeah, Dwarf Fortress's development is small, and it's unfortunate that they were, like, or slow, and it's unfortunate that they were under the opinion that it would speed up, which no one ever said it would. And no, they shouldn't hire more people, because I would rather that Zach and Tarn have money in the bank and are comfortable and able to just keep working on the game at the same speed. There was never promises of them, like, building a massive studio after this release. In fact, I'm still shocked they hired one person. So, I don't know. I think it's just people with the wrong expectations. I think that's really what it is. It's just people going into Dwarf Fortress with the wrong expectations. Oh no, it absolutely has sped up dramatically, but when people say that they want it to speed up, they mean that they want adventure mode 2 months ago. They mean that they want like quarterly updates, like massive update. Like they're talking about like wanting the amount of content that Paradox puts out for one of their games with a studio of 50. Right? Like that's what they're talking about. This isn't that kind of game. It never has been. It never will be. And stop asking for that. Like literally, like that's my take. If you're begging for that, you're literally looking in the wrong place. I need to geld a cat. I mean, it has. Like, quite considerably, in fact. DF would get a lot more reviews like that if they weren't so open about everything. Other game companies should try to learn like that. Yeah, I mean, like, development to Dwarf Fortress is slow, but I completely agree with you. It's like Dwarf Fortress's development is slow, but what they are working on, they're very clear and open about. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have issues with the current state of Dwarf Fortress or how it's developing. And especially, like, anybody who played older versions of the game will know that, you know, we had to wait for literally 2.5 years between updates. Uh-oh, Chris. Got a ghost. We literally had to wait 2.5 years for this to come out. And we've had more performance increases since this has come out than I think ever. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just easy to please and a sellout fanboy like these people always tell me, but yeah, also that. Also that, Z-Sanart. And then they get negative reviews because they charge so much and the games get so expensive. It would be like, you know, those faces that Tarn just announced? It would cost you $8 to get those faces. Like, if this was developed at the speed that this person wants. And then, like, you know, any new music would be $20. Here's the thing is, like, I don't know if I would describe myself as a fanboy necessarily. Because it's not like I, by default, refer to everything that they do as positive. Like, certainly, I like this game. But I don't think that you have to necessarily be default a fanboy, as in, like, the negative term, to be able to play something and critique it and report on it. And the updates, the update speed since the Steam releases felt weird. Felt weird in what way? Fast or slow? What do you mean by weird? Just curious. Oh, it's a negative. Because the term fan is derived from the word fanatic, which is an inherently negative personality trait. So, no, it's absolutely a negative. Really fast? Okay, so you agree with me then. Like, development has certainly sped up. Is it as fast as, like, other games? No. But it's certainly sped up. All right, let's keep at what we're currently doing. I mostly just kind of want these dwarves to have, like, some good breaks, because we've had so many, like, awful situations where we've just kind of been stuck and they haven't had the chance to, like, get good meals or, like, really talk and hang out and relax or tell stories like this dwarf is doing and get all these nice thoughts. So I'm just kind of letting them do that because really it's all that they need right now. Yeah, actually, you know, Concerned Ape is a pretty good comparison, actually. Because, like, between updates to Stardew Valley, updates between Stardew Valley can get really far apart. I mean, you're not wrong, Stokehill. It's literally just you and me interpret language differently, right? I mean, like, and that's totally fine. I have a tendency to babble. You're not wrong. Your definition is fine. If you don't think fanboy is a negative, that's totally fine. For me, it's a negative just because it is derived from the word fanatic, which it's not good to be fanatical about something. Your info goes over most of it. Yeah, that's fair. We're talking about deciphering words slightly differently. And in some contexts, fanboy can be a negative, I guess. But yeah, no, I think like Dwarf Fortress and Concerned Ape's work speed is actually a very good comparison. Also, I think it's really funny that this person describes I think it's really funny that this person describes Caves of Cud as a half-finished game. Caves of Cud does not feel like a half-finished game. Hard disagree on that. No, not in the slightest. Stokehill. Not in the slightest. You'd have to, like, openly be insulting me for you to unsettle me. Want to practice a craft? Do you want to acquire something? Okay, I'm going to make a guild because I need to keep these dwarves happy. And I'm seeing a lot of need to practice a craft. And I'm also going to make the center of this into a temple so that this temple can be a little better. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to... I'm between, like, Weaponsmith's Guild. I'm kind of between Weaponsmith's Guild, Metalsmith's Guild, or Armorsmith's Guild. I also don't know where to put it right now. I think we should put it up higher, like up in here. Like if we could put maybe a guild like right here. Now let's do that. Let's fill this area out a little bit. So we're going to make ourselves a Weaponsmith's Guild because I'm seeing a lot of dwarves that want to make crafts and I don't really feel like pumping out crafts right now. I need to deal with that need. So we're going to deal with that need by building this up. Yeah, I guess I'm just glad that I'm not the only person who feels like development for Dwarf Fortress has gotten way faster. Like, holy shit, multiple updates in a year? Wow. I mean, you're allowed to have input. You're certainly allowed to have input. I'm not against the idea of doing an armorer's guild, considering. Although I do have a legendary weaponsmith already, which means a weaponsmith might not be bad. A weapons guild might not be bad just because then I'd have that smith who could teach people already. Yeah, that's happening tomorrow, Meister. Oh, fish. Also, hello. It's good to see you. I will say that I will not be accepting statements on that Cheesemaker's Guild. Why are you just standing here? There's nothing there, Dwarf. All right. Get all that knocked down. I ran off to go do something else, waiting for them to come back. I don't want a miasma generator. Cheesemaker's Guilds wouldn't be a miasma generator. Cheese with not making a lot of cheese without enough barrels or pots will be a miasma generator. I swear I just heard the sound that the game makes when something dies, but I didn't. But yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow now. I wasn't super duper excited about tomorrow. And then this news update came out, and I was like, yeah, I actually have stuff to talk about, so that's great. So now I'm very excited. Hope you guys are too. Give me a fun stream. May need to get Celesty. Oh, we've got a caravan that's arrived. Human caravan. Are we cutting gems? No, we are not. Let us cut gems. Let's get Celesty back to... Oh, wait, right. Celesty died. Never mind. Can't get Celesty making gems. Does your dwarf still need a slab? Probably, but I'm waiting for ghosts to pop up. When ghosts pop up, they get slabs. All right, let's go up here. Grab... Oh, no, I need to do floors. She didn't do her doctor duty. Praying is not going to help. Well, there will be more dwarves in the future. Yeah, we need to cut more gems. But it means it means we'll have people to trade with soon. That's good. You would like to know if royals will have more difference than others because currently you have 120 masterwork hatch covers that you can't melt down or trade. You know, people have asked those questions many times in the past, and the answer is always the same. So I could just give you that answer if you'd like, which is they have no plans to work on nobles until the map rewrite. Like, largely, they aren't going to be changing. You can disable all of those demands if you don't like them. But I really like them, so... I don't know. How? You have to go into your game settings and remove them? You have to go into the game folders? Some would consider it modding. I would call it like editing a text file. You have some text files you gotta edit, just remove all the demands. When they can't make demands. Go look it up on the wiki. There's ways to do it. I know somebody who made like a dozen extra noble positions that had their own unique demands at one point for his own forts. So, like, it is doable. But that removes the fun. So, do you want those features or not? I'm getting mixed messages. Do you want them changed and or removed, or do you want them? Because if it removes the fun, then why are you complaining? Or saying that you want them changed? All right, let's go down here. Let's trade shields, I think. I have tons of I get rid of these, everything but the iron shields, I think. And spears, too. Go keep the bronze. We'll sell the copper and the silver spears. Just have so many of these. Well, then I can't help you, Stokel. Meeting time? Alrighty, casualty. Have a good meeting. Just don't meet too hard. Sometimes you have to ham. Do I need to feed the frogman prisoner? Prisoners or enemies off the map, like this guy, don't need to be fed. They have no hunger, or this goes for like all what's the word? This goes for all invaders on your map. They don't have any food or water needs. Also, sometimes you'll have nobles that request only one thing, like 4 times per year, and they only request them every quarter, so every season. So you don't actually need to make it until the end of the season. So they only demand it 4 times a year. And that's only if they're greedy. Otherwise, it's twice a year. And, what's the word? And sometimes you'll have nobles that demand multiple different things. It all depends on what they like. So, like, I had a king once that demanded tables, socks, and crowns on a pretty regular basis, and it like alternated between them. Let's see what the humans brought. You bring me any fun animals? They brought me a chinchilla. If you weren't a grazing animal, I would have a pet chinchilla. But chinchillas are grazing animals, I think. Grackles are too small. I don't need a grackle. I will buy the earthenware Genkish. Spitalier, thank you very much for the 45th month. Dude, welcome back. Cheers, mate. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Spitalier? Keeping that sub alive. I need some wool. Buy that bin.
Crypt beer.
And thanks for the $1, Darius. Appreciate you, man. Buy the fish, because there's nothing for us to catch down here. All of these anvils. I think that'll be everything. Sold all the weapons and stuff that the amphibian people brought us. Chinchillas are grazing? I think. I'm pretty sure they operate the same as bunny rabbits. Pretty sure. Like 99% certain. Also, hey, Manticore. What's up, dude? We'll have a sandbox mode where you can build and test structures. DF Hack makes all that possible, so if you care about that sort of thing, just install DF Hack. And turn off enemies and then just use DF Hack insta-build. So turn off enemies by literally just going to difficulty and turning enemies off. And then just use DF Hack. There's some features in Dwarf Fortress that they're almost hesitant to add because, like, you can just do it with DF Hack right now, so the people who really care will just go get DF Hack and do that. And Nimlark, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Cheers. Thanks for helping us get to that 350 for the coveted 70-30 split on Twitch. We are doing quite well so far. Noble ended a mandate of exporting crowns, so you traded all the crowns I had before the trader left, and the noble reset the trade export, and everyone who moved a crown... Yeah, no, that doesn't change. Just don't sell crowns. That's not questionable. That's just the way the game's always been. Just don't sell crowns. Is the X over canceled constructions? I think the X looks really ugly. I was fiddling around with DF hack the other day. I don't like it. And Agravic, thank you very much for the $1 as well. Appreciate you guys. Holy Kai, thanks for chucking out a gift as well. Appreciate you, man. I think I'm just going to use stones for the rest of these. Thank you very much for the little hype train chat room. Honestly, the only thing from the DF hack overlay that I would like to see in the main game is just like the little number that shows you how many squares you've built. I just want to be able to queue up like 10 by 10 squares and it's just put a little 10 there. That's all I want to see. That's all I really want. So migrants have arrived, so we're going to have to do a mayor's office soon. I already have one planned out though, right here. Let's see what numbers we get up to. So they're all going to run through here, so let's see who comes in. Cat's going to go greet them. Okay, so we've got a herbalist. They're raising a family. Okay. We've got a cheesemaker. Useless. Dreams of mastering a skill. How do you feel about combat? Brave in the face of imminent danger. Cheesy McGeezy. Welcome to the Militeezy. And chat, can I get a round of beers for everybody who's taken part in this little hype train? Just a thank you, chat. It is slow season. And also streamers broke again-ish, sort of. Not really. Fucking tickets to TwitchCon are $300 this year. In Canadian money. It's like $230 USD or some shit. So thank you. You guys are helping pay that off. Although it is a tax deduction, so it's actually technically cheaper. But I digress. He sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Doesn't feel bad much about fairness. Does not often feel lustful. Generally acts impartially. Can sometimes act without deliberations on projects. Isn't particularly interested in. Yeah, you'll do fine. Miller. What about you? Whoa. Choo choo. Thanks for the $10, dude.
Choo choo.
Appreciate you, Stokill. Getting close to leveling that up. Maybe it'll keep going. Thank you very much for the $10. Seriously, man. Also, you've taken #1 above Jerry Gord. Damn. Means a lot. You're a fishery worker. You dream of what? Great work of art. A lot of fishery workers and animal dissectors in this world. Brave. Sweet. Madam, you can join the military. Masterwork. That's not capable of joining the military, and the cat's chasing the bird. That checks out. Hello, friends. How you doing, tickers? With whom my relationship is parasocial and I have no delusions otherwise. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for gifting us up to Spiffy Bald Guy, Stokill. Doing chat's work. I think it leveled up. I don't think it finished. Yeah, I think you actually got it in there in time. Damn. Save the train. Yep, kept the train on the tracks. Kept it rolling. As a wise philosopher once said, keep rollin', 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 rollin'. Definitely was Aristotle. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know who else that possibly could have been. I think the other thing he said in that famous line was, what? So, yeah, definitely Aristotle. I roll therefore I am. Yes. I roll in, therefore I am. Let's go for this Onyx cluster. Shoutouts to parasocial relationships with people I rely on to tell me how to throw blocks out of minecarts. Hey, someone needs to do that for you, you know? Nimlark, the second, has been caught with a possession. We're gonna have to follow that. They've claimed a stoneworker's workshop. Ah! They're hauling a boulder.
This train gone. Keep on rolling, yeah. This thing called life gone. Keep on going. Oh yeah, this train gone. Keep on rolling, yeah. This thing called life gone. Keep on going. Oh yeah.
Her way of pronouncing words is unmatched. Here I go rolling again, indeed. But you got 2 chert and cave spider silk, and you're creating your artifacts. So you've got everything you need, apparently. And we need a farmer's guild. I didn't want to make a farmer's guild, but I guess apparently this is not going to be a the guild I wanted to make. This is going to be a farmer's guild. Well, that's kind of disappointing, but I guess also fine. I'll just make it out of the local boulders. It's fine. Farmer's Guild it is. It changes every single fort. Atomic chips. There is absolutely no build order that I use. That would make the game very dull. Sometimes I open all 3 almost immediately. Sometimes I don't even dig to the first one. Depends on the fort. Dwarf Fortress is not a game that's benefited by build order in, like, any way, in my opinion. For me, just blackberries. All I picked yesterday was blackberries. Nimlark, the second, the performer, has created Rylimevel Aned Mogsham, a shirt figurine of dwarves, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Moldath. Cloister cried. Was that dwarf purple? Yep, because that dwarf's a necromancer. Also, chat room, I just want to say thank you very much for that hype train. There is a hype train currently running, and if you'd like to add on to it and you happen to have a resub pending or a free prime sub, now's the time to pop it. Because it'll get me numbers and dollars, courtesy of Amazon, which is nice. I'm just saying. Anyway, I'm gonna read this description. This car alarm is going off. Lots of alarms going off today. Hey, damn, dude. You're just driving this train by yourself. Quite literally. Thank you very much, Stokill, for the $47. $47. Damn, that's a lot of money, man. Somebody else help Stokill out. They're driving this by themselves. This is a shirt figurine of dwarves. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. Thanks for the $5, man. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in church by Nimlark II. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Burnvault by the big danger of the Imperial Coal of the early spring of 508. It is decorated with cave spider silk, and this object menaces with spikes of chert. On the item is an image of Earthal Glory Cosmos, the goblin, and a dog in chert. The dog is striking down Earthral Glory Cosmos. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Earthral Glory Cosmos by a dog in the Ocean of Temples in the late spring, in the late winter of 503 during Spalston Stop, the disemboweled siege. Sounds lovely. I need a pedestal. Actually, I need 2 pedestals. Actually, no, I need like 4. Because I have a necromancer, so I might as well make a corpse rising room. But chat, thank you very much for all the bits and just this train in general. And thank you very much, Stokill. You're very kind. And also, speaking of dwarves, we've also got this one green one. So, you know. We got a few dwarves. Let's unsuspend all these, go to tasks. this stuff done. Go to gem windows. One more gem that needs to be cut. So, what I think I'm going to do is this is just going to become like more of a farming area than it currently is. Because right now it's not that much of a farming area. It's just kind of like a corner with a farm field in it. So I'm going to give them like fortifications along here so that they can peek through. That undead dwarf just migrated here. They showed up as part of a migrant wave. So I'm assuming because we had a undead dwarf and a necromancer show up at the same time that this faction is pretty pro-undead. So just gonna kind of roll with that. Which means we're gonna do stuff with necromancy and have some fun. No matter shade of blue. That is not true. Vampires will be vaulted out the airlock. Vented out the airlock. See, this is my necromancer. Vaulted, vented. Depends on the vault that you're using. And whether or not lock-picking lawyer can get into it. But it turns out he can get into most, so you're probably screwed. Need more tables, apparently. Let's do a... Let's just put a farmer's workshop in here. It depends on how long he has access. This is true. And whether or not he has to repeat it to make sure that it wasn't a fluke. I guess given enough time and preparation, lockpicking lawyer can break into any safe. I gotta say that lockpicking lawyer might actually just be like one of the best channels on YouTube. Just period. Although, granted, if you give me enough time and preparation, I could break into any safe. Chat room, I just gotta say thank you very much for the hype train. Appreciate you. And shout outs to Stokill for driving it. All right, let's throw down a meeting place and assign it as a farmers guild. Let's do that. Farmer. There we go. The Autumn of Snarls. We'll put that figurine in here and approve this. We've almost got the value high enough already. It's just a sticker. The unpickable lock, yes. His April Fool's posts are great. But like the one where he was stopping Mrs. Lockpicking Lawyer from getting into the ice cream. And then made like half a dozen jokes about divorces. Or like when he makes those videos that it's just like, that's just a 5-minute long innuendo. Dude. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's the exact one I'm referring to, Pophead. Also, wasn't that Valentine's Day? I'm pretty sure that was Valentine's Day. I could be wrong, but I'm mostly certain that that was actually Valentine's Day. Talking about his wife's beaver? Yes, well, naturally. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Lockpicking Lawyer. He's a very entertaining content machine. I still, like, almost refuse to believe that any of, like, his stuff actually goes up for sale on his website because it sells out so fucking fast. Like, I find it hard to believe. Wait, really? He did a TED Talk? Huh. I guess anybody can do a TED Talk, but... All right, let's get this made. So this bottom floor down here is going to be made into a temple. Although, actually, let's keep some blocks first. We're finally starting to get into doing work again. No plump helmet seeds? It's fine. Just means I need to brew some plump helmets. There's also, like, plump helmets, like, literally everywhere growing wild. So if I really need plump helmets, I can just do that. And this. And this. Like, see if I just do this, we'll get more plump helmet seeds. Because they'll grab the pot. Oh, they're grabbing sweet pods. I mean, that'll get us more alcohol. Being in the caverns, I don't need to worry so much about plump helmet seeds because we're going to just kind of have an infinite supply of them regardless because they're just everywhere. And they just grow wild, so... But they hadn't branded the metal yet? Oh, really? Yeah, I've never even seen anything actually for sale on there. There goes the sweet pod seeds. Wait. Progress! Funny, it's like I know the entire ad read for covertinstruments.com, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever buy anything. I have no interest in getting into that as a hobby. Good timing on the ad, though. We're sitting here just like stuck in a loading screen. You know, maybe I should make a Dwarf Fortress news mug. You remember how earlier today I was saying that, like, shouldn't, like... sell too much more merch currently because like sales just aren't high enough, but maybe like later in the future we should have a mug that's just like a dwarf news presenter, like maybe Crypt Comfy with a microphone, like talking into a thing with like a guy getting stabbed on a screen next to him, like a fake CNN like news presenter. But it's an idea. Safe Keeps, what kind of dwarf would you like and how are you doing today, Arrow? How's your evening? Certainly not evening here, so. Chop these out. Fill them back in. But Safe Keeps, we have, you know, some miners. We have some fish people for some reason. We have some cooks. We have a necromancer. We have some doctors. Plenty of spear dwarves. Only one of them is absolutely pissed. And some children and some other things. Anything in particular you would like? Ayagushka isn't as mad as possible anymore, so that's good. The cook? Ognet? I'm assuming. Safe. Keeps 2, because the first one died, I think. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She rarely feels discouraged, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She tends to form only where was I? She tends to be passive in discussions and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She has an active sense of humor and she isn't given to flights of fancy. When she's bored, she often scratches her nose. Relations-wise, she's married to my axe dwarf and her older half-sister is in the fortress. We also have a nephew who is dead. Rest in peace, Peter Gunn. And she worships Vesh, god of death and violence and stuff. Also, former member of the Clean Cult, which is a religion that was often practiced in the previous fort of the god of death and murder and stuff. She personally holds the view that commerce is a vile obscenity and thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face, never grouse or complain, or even show emotion. And she does not respect the law. And she sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Does not care about friendship. And she dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes illuminite, aluminum, and black opal and pigtail fabric, beds and tigermen for their stripes, for their stripes, of course. That's it. I've never seen tigermen for their stripes, of course. I've never seen that before. Huh. The words of the fatal skull, the sight of the tressed flower, and when possible prefers to consume impala and sailfin molly, and artichoke wine, and longland flour, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. She has no kills, and she is weak, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her slightly protruding amethyst eyes are wide set. Her narrow ears are very splayed out, and her eyebrows are short, and her hair is dark chestnut with flecks of gray, and her skin is dark brown. Welcome to the fort, Safekeeps. Do we have a mayor yet? No, but I'm going to start filling this out, so... Rock throne, rock table, iron statue, armor, rock armor. Let's do iron armor stands, iron weapon racks. I'm gonna do 20 of those. Why do so many dwarves hate jumping spiders? I have no idea. That's a good question. I think that anybody who hates jumping spiders is kind of missing a soul to a degree. Like, truly, jumping spiders are adorable little critter. Hey, a snatcher. That's a first. Well, got him. Got two. Got two. That was easy. Which actually means that I should probably put some sort of guard dog on the surface because, kinda can't have snatchers just sneaking in like that. Kinda can't allow that. How to strip prisoners in cages? Number one, you don't need to, and I don't understand why you would want to unless they happen to have an artifact in their inventory. But literally just grab the garbage dump tool, set them to be dumped, remove dump from the cage itself, and that should... Keyword here is should. Dump all the items in their inventory. Should. But realistically, you don't need to strip them. There's never really a point where they're going to have items in there that's like the difference between life and death. Maybe the dwarves are all busy doing other stuff or something? Yeah, I've never had issues with that system not working, so. Let's throw another shield brick up there. Can a dwarven child grow up in a bag from a snatcher? cage. Oh. Wow. That's kind of dark, dude. Like, that's something. Yeah, I also don't like that. That's What a way to live. Use the move to chain method? Oh yeah, that's another thing you can do. You can also move them to chains. Haunting, really? Yeah, it's like, how'd you grow up? In a bag? Oh. Well, it's just like when I had that child that drowned in the side of machine waters in a bag, and I made a short out of it. The suited giraffe meets with the Baroness consort Thob Astrakust of Labor Dream. Labor Dream is a very good dwarven fortress. I am your liaison from the mountain homes, says Baroness consort Thob. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Bruh, we don't even have a mayor yet. I don't even have a mayor yet. And you want me to have a baron? Oh boy. Also, yeah, flattering, but I'd rather maintain my distance from the homeland. Yes, yeah, I don't even have a mayor yet. Popular much? I think they're just desperate. Sweet, we got the guild all done. Got funny hair there, dwarf.
Sup everyone, new fort?
New-ish, started 2 days ago. How you doing today? All right, let's get tables. This is going to be office and dining hall for my mayor. And let's do cabinet and chest. But thank you very much for the 8th month, Mr. Taplock, and helping us maintain enough subs to hopefully hit that 350. What's up, Chandara? When you maintain your distance for a homeland, you don't have to have a baron. Otherwise, you just get a baron, and then they become a count, and then after that, they become a duke. That's all it is, really. It's just more responsibilities. And if you don't do it, then nothing negative happens. They just ask you again next year. But, like, if your whole faction dies or something in the time that you're here, then, you know, you might have trouble becoming a baron if suddenly you stop getting traders. So the only reason you would really want to do that is if, like, you're worried that, like, your faction's going to die, which I'm not super worried about. Hey, Morbits. Yeah, it's doing real well. A lot of people have seen it. It's gotten more views in 2.5 hours than the video I uploaded yesterday has in like 24 plus. So yes, it's doing quite well. Quite a few people have seen it. Proper babies and faces, yes. There are some, like, kind of weirdly angry comments on this one, which I think are kind of funny. There's, like, two particularly pointed angry comments, which I'm dwelling on because they amuse me. And why fire clay is the best clay? Turns out I'm not really looking for things to make tutorials about. But noted. Oddly enough,
Why wasn't the elf allowed to use the step ladder to decorate the Christmas tree? Because of elf and safety restrictions. A human, an elf and a dwarf walk into a bar. The hobbit laughs and walks under it. What do you call an elf wearing earmuffs? Anything you want. He can't hear you. Cheer 1000.
anyways, why is fire clay the best clay? Because it's red. That's why fire clay is the best clay. Anyway, thank you for the $10. I'm not sure what that was. That was voices in my head for a minute there. This base layer is going to become a temple to many gods. To many, many gods. I don't really know how to respond to that. That was just a rapid fire machine gun of jokes that I wasn't really expecting today. Did you make all those up, or did you just like Google elf jokes? Elf jokes for bards and dungeon masters. I feel like that's probably a book. Wonder if anybody's ever written like you know those joke books that people will just like put on their toilet seat? I wonder if anybody's ever made a joke book like specifically using like D&D lore. I will never know. This is true. I won't. You could tell me, but if you don't want to, then yes, you are correct. I will never know. Which means I will just assume that you Google searched them. So solid Google search. As we get more stuff constructed. And thank you very much for the $10. Means a lot. You are the vast majority of today's revenue. Which is actually all, like, those bits, the $81 in bits, is almost more revenue than I made yesterday. So, by itself. You're stealing these memes? Do it. Steal the memes. Chat, are jokes just memes? And are memes just jokes? Or have memes, like, surpassed jokes to become their own thing? Because in my head, memes have long surpassed jokes to become their own thing and, like, should be represented differently. It's like, it's a joke in, like, a very visual format. Four years later, you became his #1 meme. I mean, I tell dad jokes all the time, so. Is the fort thriving again? I mean, we're not all dying right now, so sure. I think it might be a bit too soon to say that. Oh, I also have to trade with dwarves. Shit. Guess I didn't really think about that. They would pop in back to back. Get rid of those picks. Crossbow, 2 bronze spears. Do not render water properly. Oh yeah, no, that's been the way since this version launched. It used to. Older versions of the game, water used to be visible flowing over roads, but they don't now for some reason. Same with bridges. Bridges also don't do that. The bridge sprite is prioritized over the water sprite for some reason. Is it possible to connect constructed and mined stairs now? It's never not been? You just need space on either side to be able to construct the stairs? You can't connect dug stairs to constructed stairs, but you can connect constructed stairs to dug stairs. You just need space for the dwarf to build the stair. Also, we missed trading with the mountain home. But yeah, it's never not been. Farm plots? Can confirm that farm plots are not the same because there's water on this farm plot. So I can confirm that is not the case for farm plots. Let's just use sandstone for this and go all the way around. And I guess this area right here is where we will put the temple. Or temples. Plural. We're also going to knock out that for the gem. Assuming we get a gem out of it. There it goes. Also got a bunch of dwarves sleeping in there now. So let's see. Do I have enough dwarves? So I do need to make more bedrooms. Does anybody have any combat skills? You're a pike dwarf. You're a spear dwarf. We'll throw you in there. Let's create yet another squad because we're going to need them. You're a competent pike dwarf, Cog. You're a competent lasher. Usually if they have combat skills, they'll do okay in military. Yeah, that's it. You have a long series of tunnels underwater and you only learned about the render bug. I don't know if it's necessarily a render bug. I think it's just unfinished, but there's certain things that I hesitate to call bugs because like to me that just strikes me as like unfinished feature, not really a bug necessarily, but so I'm a little bit of a stickler on what is and isn't a bug for that reason. So if I'm just like, well, I don't know, I consider that a bug. Don't take me too seriously. I'm just weird like that. But yeah, it's just something that needs to be. It's something that needs to be fixed, which literally is the definition of bug. But I don't know. I'm just dumb and picky. Don't mind me. But yeah, no, it's a little fucky, for sure. The main issue I have with paved roads isn't that they don't show the water tiles on top of them. The main issue I have with roads is that they currently, the Jade Rage is my temple, which is over here, which I can just get rid of. The issue that I have with them is that how do I word this? They don't have different sprites for different material types, so I can't like make fancy roads. So I just don't use them because like I want my roads to be specific colors. And it's like if I can't do that, well then there's literally no point for me to take part in this feature. which is a little bit, you know, kind of a silly thing to be upset about, but roads are cheaper but take way longer to build. It depends on how good your dwarf is at some hidden skills. And also how close the materials are to the bridge. But yeah, they can take way longer. They don't always take way longer. Not the floor texture. No, yeah, no, I get you. I know what you mean. I mean, it's not always optimal. I'm literally doing this mostly for the stone, because I need the stone. Yeah, it's nice to actually have some DF news. It's been a little bit. Dwarf Fortress has been kind of quiet for a little bit now, which is, you know, it's summertime. People are going to be quiet in the summer in general, but it's nice that there's some activity going on. More wheelbarrows? Why would I need more wheelbarrows? I'd rather the dwarves just haul shit. They don't have to haul it that far. I only need wheelbarrows if, like, it's taking too long for the dwarves to haul stuff. Like, they're all gone already. Like, as the stuff's appearing, stuff's gone. So, nah, we're good. We are good. Ah! Jerry Gord has risen and is haunting the fortress. Welcome back, Jerry Gord. Let's get Jerry Gord memorialized. Good old Jerry Gord. Yep. Yep. All right. Get that sorted. It's quite the tomb that we've got building up here. Sorting that out. Getting that stuff worked on. Perfect. There is like a small part of me that's tempted to set up like a mist generator right here, but I also kind of don't know if I necessarily want to. Really don't want the chance, even the smallest chance of dwarves sliding down to their death. I think that that's maybe not wise to set up. Let's get bedrooms set up here. We'll be doing more around the edges here. There we go. More block types, or more blocks. So out of all the stuff announced today, like with the exception of adventure mode, what features are you looking forward to the most, chat? Honestly, for me, it's just I want that announcements. I want the announcements. I want that new UI element real bad. That's the only one that I'm really looking forward to. Everything else is like, take it or leave it. Like procedural faces, cool, awesome, but take it or leave it. Statues, cool, awesome, take it or leave it. Baby sprites, whatever. I just want that combat log. So others can join training. I don't know if I necessarily believe that that's actually how that works. They're not actually joining in the training. What might be happening is they are physically dodging out of the way of other dwarves that are training, which isn't training. It's literally they are jumping out of the way at risk of their lives to stop them from falling. What exactly does it say flavor text wise? Because I've done that before and I don't think that's actually how it works. I don't think that's what's happening there. You want all the CDDA stuff in adventure mode? Just keep playing CDDA. just keep playing that game because you'll never have that. I don't need you to send me info. I don't need you to send me anything. What does the green text or purple text underneath the dwarfs' heads say when they are watching? What does it say? That's all I need you to tell me. I'm not questioning whether or not it works. I know it works. I just don't think it's working the way you think it's working. Watching martial training. Interesting. That's all I needed you to tell me. You don't need to send me, like, an expose information in a couple days. That's pointless for this conversation. It's like a one-sentence fix. Misunderstood? Clearly. All right, let's do this. I'll make this temple bigger. Been claimed yet? Not yet. No, this is a temple in the middle. Merriment is worthless. Ban. According to that dwarf. What about you? Trade is the lifeblood of a thriving society. Was excited, remembering performing. But no, these are not mini temples. Although that would be kind of adorable if that's actually what I was doing. I need a... evil room. A room where I can be evil, but the question is, where do I put it? Although I feel like the actual flavor text, Fayin, for most people is ignoring streamer. Because, like, you know, when there's 170 people watching, I feel like the majority of people are like, I'm just a voice in the background. And you know what? That's okay. I'm okay with being your voice in the background. It's better my voice than the other voices in your head, you know? Better. Streamer, shut up. I'm trying to focus on work. It's a ton of water. Well, we're in a cavern. So this is a pretty normal cavern. It's an ocean and a creek. And apparently this section's haunted. But I've pressed X to doubt, and then this is just a pretty thickly forested forest thingy. And then down here is just in the caverns. Just chillin'? Is that what your flavor text says? Mine says wishes was asleep. Also, it's not technically flavor text, it's status text, but... Chatter is distracted by unmet needs. Word! Your caverns literally don't have water? That can happen. Quattro lol. It can absolutely happen. Depending on the type of cavern and like the world generation, the elevation, what kind of monsters you have in the caverns. A lot of things can vary. You can get super heavily forested, very dense caverns. You can also get very wide open caverns. Twitch thinks I just look at the pictures, no audio. Try refreshing. And also try unmuting. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Let's see, we've got a BIM soldier. What is a BIM soldier? A small one-eyed humanoid. It has large mandibles, and its charcoal skin is rough and cracked. This night creature was first created by the dwarven frozen stalker Bim Wield Armor of Scour Leopard after horrible experiments on the elf Elethi Carlflight in Limewordy in the year 356. Oh, that's awesome, Silver Shadow. See, we've got a blue goblin, frozen stalker gubbin. No information about where they're from. The leather armor makes them look so ripped. But it also appears that they immediately left. Chat room, I would like to inform everybody that Lyagushka has been elected mayor. So, excellent. Round of beers to that. She wants a slightly nicer quarters, but... I do wonder if Laya is here right now and able to give us an election speech. There's already a bone doctor here to complain. Fath, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baroness of Amused Glost. I have a Baron now. Cool. Yeah, if anybody has anything bad to say about the fortress, please direct all your complaints directly at Lyagushka. Yeah, no, we have a Baron in the fort now. Lamau, exactly, yes. Get sieged and everything happens. That's gonna be our first tomb. Actually, you know what? Let's make this a little bigger. Ooh, no, it's gonna get like canceled due to the water being right there. Let's go one further down. Yeah, I did say no to a Baron, didn't I? It's a real good thing I said no to the Baron now, though. Baroness so soon? Yep, because someone inherited the position. Nothing I can do about it. Somebody inherits the position, they inherit the position. That's just it just is what it is. With a 3x3 tomb, iron sarcophagus, and a platinum statue. Yeah, I don't care about getting away with stuff, right? Because you're just like, I'm able to get away with this. The point isn't to get away with it. The point is to build cool shit. At least in my opinion, the point is to build cool shit. These are going to be my First few tombs. I want them to be entertaining to look at for me. Other dwarves can get good stuff. I mean, okay. So, at the very least, Lyagushka's almost satisfied already. Neriv, hello.
Food, right, food is hand.
How are you doing? How's things, Neriv? Making Lyagushka's bedroom slightly bigger. Hyped for your interview tomorrow? Hell yeah. White Pony One, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive. Means a lot. 16 months? That's a goddamn long time, dude. Dwarf has such big hair. I love all the curly hair. I think I'm just gonna not make hats in this fort because I don't want these dwarves to have hats. Because the big hair is fun. Full of Drathla with no water and no trees? Yep. Dig down further. There will be more caverns where that came from. Not all caverns are going to be the same, and there is more than one cavern complex on every map. There is actually a reason for those muddy ones. If you find caverns that are just full of mud with literally nothing else, it means you have a very specific type of demon in the underworld. Which is pretty heavy spoilers, but... tis the case. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Now you must go find said demon and have fun. Good luck. You love the portrait concept in the news? I agree. I think that's one of the cooler things that they're working on right now. Maybe not the coolest thing, but one of the cooler things that they're working on. You thought they're generated at random and among everything else? There's multiple types of demons. All right, there's the Overlord demons, and then there's the ones in the underworld. The Overlord demons can influence certain things. Yeah, it's real cool. Oh, I mean, that was something that I remember Tarn mentioning in one of the chats that him and me had, where he said that he didn't like the fact that there was still red squares there because that was something they wanted to have done before premium launched. So makes sense why it's a priority. A bunch of random birds and shit running around down here. I gotta get this sorted. We'll make 10 iron sarcophagi. There's a warm spot. You mined it, and the dwarf caught fire and died, but there wasn't any actual lava. Immediately became obsidian, which was weird. You found a Kinder Surprise egg. I don't know if there's like an official community term for them, but somebody once in my chat referred to them as Kinder Surprise eggs, or maybe it was like YouTube comments. I can't remember. And anyway, it's funny enough that I'm sticking to it. So the Kinder Surprise egg, the little cubes with stuff in them. Sometimes it's insta death. Sometimes it's a redacted. Sometimes it's a other redacted. Yeah, if they were like that in real life, then it would be understandable that America made them illegal. Uh-oh. A baby was born, and the Etten Axod Seletongum Smortuk, I like that name, Smortuk, has come, a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. 2 heads. 2 heads. Which means it's on the surface. Oh, Axrod Sport Flute the Fancy. That is an excellent name. You gotta sport that flute for the fancy. They're a member of the Communion of Hugging. That's a religion I want to join. I as well would like to join the Communion of Hugging. Oy vey. Yeah, no, everything about this this Etten is fantastic. The fancy, the communion of hugging. On a side note, Ettins is kind of dangerous. I mean, sure, if you have no military. A bunch of farmers, a bunch of enthusiastic farmers can usually kill an Etten. This character this Etten has no children, but does have a mom, a dad, and an older sister. No friends. And is carrying no items. Has extremely sparse hair and has killed 24 individuals over the years. As far back as the year 140. They're 402 years old, and it's the year 512. So they were like a pretty young Etten when they first started killing. But not that lucky. I mean, like, every couple of years they'll kill something. Last thing they killed was back in the year 488. Elves are pretty squishy, so makes sense. We'll hug them and squeeze them and call them George. This is true. That's an old reference. I respect it, though. All right, well, I got 20 military dwarves to send to kill it. The communion of hugging. Just looking for someone to hug and somebody to love. Seriously, though, the communion of hugging is great. It's a religion I can get behind. You beat him to the joke. Uh-oh. Our first military dwarf is here. Saigum, who is a competent spear dwarf. Narav, hold that thought. Second dwarf is running into the fight, who's Ezum. And the rest of the military is coming flying in. As for the combat itself, the Etten grabs the spear dwarf by the throat with the right hand and strikes the spear dwarf, but the shot is blocked by the iron shield. So this dwarf got grabbed by the throat. Saigon got grabbed by the throat. Mr. Mac, it's good to see you. Oh yeah, truly a religion I can embrace. The spear dwarf then stabs the Etten in the upper arm with the bronze spear, fracturing the bone. The Etten places a chokehold on the spear dwarf's throat with the Etten's right hand. The Etten charges at the spear dwarf and collides with the spear dwarf and knocks over the spear dwarf. The spear dwarf attacks the Etten, but he jumps away. The Etten says, "I've been wounded. That's very annoying." And then the spear dwarf attacks the Etten, but he jumps away. The Etten misses the spear dwarf. Following that, the spear dwarf stabs the Etten in the left upper arm with his bronze spear, tearing the muscle. And more bits and pieces of combat happen. We do have a bunch of gear on the ground, and Etur has been taken from us. Etur was a spear dwarf. Etur stabbed the Etten in the lower arm with his iron spear, got the spear firmly lodged in the wound, got the spear back, and then got choked by the Etten and got strangled by the Etten. So, rest in peace, Etur. You got strangled to death by the Etten, which means the Etten gets one final kill on their kill list before they get exhilarated after being attacked, afraid, and then die due to heavy bleeding, if I had to bet. The rest of the military shows up. The final hit on the Etten was from a spear dwarf who stabbed the Etten in the left foot with an iron spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Spear dwarf stabs the Etten in the lower arm, and it's cloven asunder, and they stab it in the lower arm, fracturing the bone. So, seems like a creature that was part of a religion that, frankly, even they didn't fully understand. Rest in peace, Etur. You will be missed. And someone else just took your armor. Dastot took your armor, so I'm sure you will definitely still be missed. This was the most DF thing ever. It was pretty Dwarf Fortress, yeah. It's definitely Dwarf Fortress. There you go. Etur is now likely to be put away. Yep. No, that's a shield. There we go. You just hugged too hard? All of his friends just fall apart when he hugs them. It's kind of sad. Or she. I actually didn't look at what the Etten was, but... It's fantastic all the same. I still love the fact that Ettins can join religions. So the reason I feel like we lost that dwarf is we did just kind of, you know, assign a bunch of brand new dwarves to the military, so that's got something to do with it. So we've got a lot of recruits in there, but they're getting back to training now. Rest in peace, Etur. You were a good dwarf. Let's go to bars. Okay, plenty of charcoal. And my necromancer has claimed a craft store shop and is grabbing stuff. Okay, Nerev, what kind of dwarf would you like? That is one of the most request features I think I've ever seen, Quattro Ball. So you're not the only one. 2 pieces of leather, cave spider silk cloth, 2 pieces of magnet, 3 pieces of magnetite. Cool. You want this necromancer? Okay. Narev is gripped by crippling shyness, and she has a relentless drive completely consumed by ambition, dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is often cheerful and likes to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and is slow to anger and doesn't focus on material goods, mostly fleshy bodies, and occasionally overindulges and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, like living things, and prefers them dead, and prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible by being dead, and often acts with compassion by making things not dead anymore. She gets excited. When she gets excited, she tells stories without any real point, like the secrets of life and death, and laughs very loudly when she's nervous. The dwarf flymaker necromancer has created Noscerneram, a magnetite crown. and offers it to the Big Danger. I'm still way too happy with the fact that we named the group for this faction the Big Danger. It just makes me smile every time I see it. Personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Values tranquility and a peaceful day and dreams of ruling the world. I'm not going to lie, chat. I think that this dwarf needs to be... Also, I just realized I don't have chat on this screen. Huh. I think that this dwarf needs to be our Baron when we appoint a Baron. Dreams of ruling the world. Personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and will have peace at all costs, and values tranquility and a peaceful day. Big danger indeed, shark jumping walrus. Likes native aluminum, gold, fire opal, coral and llamas for their wool, and giant Rius macaw for their mischief. And the words of the South Wanderer and the sound of the mellow saffron, and when possible prefers to consume giant dragonfly and clown loach and papaya wine and purple amaranth flower and absolutely can't stand leeches, because fuck them. The Big Danger? I was settling somewhere that I was hoping would be very danger. So we settled on the Big Danger. Her slightly protruding brass eyes are slit. Her nose bridge is concave. Her teeth are gaped. Her hair is clean shaven. She's quite ugly. And her somewhat splayed out ears are extremely narrow. Narrative, shall we say. Her eyelashes are extremely long. Her raw umber skin is slightly wrinkled. And her hair is white. And, you know, I've never actually looked at this. Does it say that they know the secret of life and death? Like, I'll bet you if I go through this... Yeah, I can actually, like, go through their knowledge and figure out... Dwarf, the easy way. Turns the tower... It concerns the creation of life with the gutter in Orbsfords. Creation of life with the gutter. True creation. Poem. Essay. Essay. Nope. Nope. It's just... Quick question, if you don't mind. I was using your Quantum Stockpiles videos. You got it to work for most things, but you're having issues with clearing boulders. Clearing boulders into some sort of storage. What do you mean by clearing boulders? Just make one for boulders. Or make boulders into blocks, and then they can just go into bins. That's usually how I deal with boulders. Furnos and nothing more. It's a good term. Good poem. Oh. Great writer and a master tracker. Well, I mean that sounds like necromancer propaganda, but probably. No? Why? It's just an Etten. Maybe a dragon. An Etten isn't that big of a deal. 'Tis just an Etten. If it was something like actually like fort altering, then maybe. Trying to give hugs? Mm-hmm. Still just an Etten, though. It's kind of a memorable Etten, but I don't think it has earned itself a statue. Maybe if it killed 24 dwarves and then a dwarf punched it to death, then sure. But to me, that's not a notable enough event to make a statue out of it. Almost sounded like the tavern music was starting up there for a second. I don't know. I guess I don't see that as a particularly intriguing event. So if there's an overwhelming request for it, then maybe, but I don't generally do that for creatures I don't think are particularly noteworthy. I won't forget you. I mean, that's all that counts, right? It wasn't quite like, the last time I made a bunch of statues en masse for an event was when the entire fortress got swarmed by giant crabs. That was the last time that I actually made statues for a fortress event. And we made a lot of statues for that. Cause Vote crab, chat. All hail King Crab. In this fort we worship crab. We still have those emotes. You can still post them. Crablin and all those one-off memes. It was a good fort, yeah. Oops. Don't want large logs in there. Oh, yeah. The last save was before he died. Oh, that's true. Yep, that is accurate. You miss Alana Hollowvine. Alana Hollowvine was funny purely because of the amount of like imagery that got made that I didn't queue up. Like Alana Hollowvine wouldn't have been funny in the slightest if it was just me queuing those up. The reason Alana Hollowvine was an entertaining event was because I didn't tell the dwarves to do that. They just kept doing it. For those of you who don't know, Alana Hollowvine was a dingo, a completely unremarkable dingo that did nothing of note. However, it was one of the only notable events from the local vicinity around my fort. So all of the dwarves, if I just told them to make statues or engravings of things, would make statues and engravings of this random, seemingly, dingo. With, like, what did it do? It settled in a dune. That's all it did. It's like a children's story or something. And the entire fort was just covered in statues of Alana Hollowvine. I'm out of boulders again. That was quick. Golden beer pelt. Is that what we're saying now? All right, so this is going to be a tomb. Nope, it's not going to be given to Jerry Gord. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to remake this tomb. It's going to be given to Fath the Baroness. And she's not allowing me to export shields. Well, okay. I like to think that the Alana Hollowvine tale is just like a, don't go outside kind of thing at night because you'll get eaten by Alana Hollowvine. Like Dingo could eat a dwarven child. Since you just woke up and you opened up Steam and looking at news and saw a DF one which has your video. Yes. It's kind of funny. I was watching the Kit Fox video, right? Unemployed. Before it was released and going like, man, the footage in the background here looks really familiar. And then I realized around halfway through watching like Tarn talk over that video that they used footage from my getting started guide that I made for Kit Fox and also double posted on my channel. I realized around halfway through watching it that that was my footage, and I was like, huh. All right. Cool. It's kind of funny to me. But it took me like 80% of the video to like realize this. I mean, come on, give me a break here. Also, hey Tobes, what's up, dude? Then there's also the question of, okay, whose video is getting more views, mine or theirs? Yeah, because, like, in this video, this is my footage in the background here. Which I think is very funny. I don't want to take Alexandra's job or anything, but they should just get me to do those videos. I would totally just edit Tarn babbling for a little bit, put it together into a video for him, record the footage. All right, so we've got Dewsum, who needs to be memorialized. He's probably done. Let's see, there's Dewsum. Sweet. Still working on just cheering up these dwarves. So we got that done. I need to do bedroom. I need to do a few things for this Baron. I'm looking at this square right here and going, what if we just cut out these walls and fill this whole thing in with flooring? That'd be a nice spot. Can you guys hear that drill? They're doing the drilling thing again. It just started. I think we're actually going to dig down and I'm going to get myself a quarry going because I need a quarry. Are those DF hack templates? I've never used a DF hack template. I know how to use them, but I've never once used one. Everything I do in all of my forts and everything I will ever do in any of my forts are hand-drawn. Ooh, rock salt. Nice. Okay, I think I'm going to start digging into the rock salt. That's good if you can't hear it, because it's quite annoying. It's going on right now, so it's further down than it was previously when it was going off, so that's good. To me, like, a large portion of the fun of this game is creating designs myself. And DF hack templates take away that, and I don't like that. So I won't ever use those. Go mine out some rock salt. Never use those yourself too? Yep. Yeah, no, I've done way more intricate patterns than this and like this. Way more intricate patterns. I just don't usually do that. Hey! I was kind of curious if we were going to hit that. So, Cavern layer 2. Whoa. Whoa. That's it's a deep cavern. Dang. Bunch of black diamond. Where are those diamonds? Okay, there's a Kinder Surprise egg down here. Some diamonds. Assuming they're all just in there. Yeah, looks like all those are in there. Tons of hematite as well. Do a flip, not the Harlem Shake. Fortunately, it's high enough up that it's unlikely we'll have any creatures flying in, so that's kind of nice. Nothing some super glue can't fix the... Oh, no. I think it's like 1 in 50 of them seem to get a tiny little cracks on them, but I bought a... I don't know if you know this merch store, but back in the day, a lot of streamers used to use a site called Designed by Humans, and then they got bought by Walmart, and the quality went to shit, so everybody stopped using them. But I bought a mug from there once, and it came with a crack on the top of the handle, and I literally just, like, started a support ticket, and they sent me another one, and I don't have any booze. Started a support ticket, and they sent me another one without even asking for the original one back. So I could help you do that if you'd like, but... Updating your PC, you didn't realize it's been so long? Yeah, that happens. It's a good idea to keep your PC up to date. Typical laptop. I mean, also if it's not your main computer. Doesn't surprise me too much. Do I like Obsidian Tower? I like 20 by 20 by 20 lava pour water into create Obsidian Tower. I don't like the way Obsidian looks in this tile set at all. It's too dark. Like it's hard to see when there's obsidian everywhere, so I try really hard to not use obsidian, actually. Especially for workshops. I don't mind it for walls, but floors and workshops just, I don't like the way they look. Like, they look like a missing asset to me. Like, it might also just be my monitor, but, like, I'm not a huge fan of how they look, of how it looks. You wonder if that's still valid? It should be. I don't generally do redraws for them, so if you just type an exclamation point redeem here. Should be able to just go redeem it. That looks good. The enemy have come once again and are once again laying siege to the fortress, and they once again leave immediately. You know, we must just be like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of Liechtenstein, and they just keep accidentally invading us. Hold up, Bogard. Hold up. Where was this? Did I not do this yesterday? I swear I did. Oh, shit. Should probably pause the game. Also, there's some snatchers. Hold on, I'm just gonna leave this pause while I do this. Ah, there it is. Cake is a dessert. It tastes like cake, but it's really not oversweetened. Strange that the most cake-like item is custard. Moving on. Simplicity is the way. Compliance is overrated. We need... I'm kind of half hoping it's going to turn into Muse lyrics, but... You have disrespected the trees in this area. This is what we have come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to ye short stuff. Did I cure that need for a silly story right now? Kill that guy? No. It's also, they're a dancer. Are we human or are we dancer? Glum after getting into an argument. Well, that checks out. That's kind of funny, actually. Out of shape about mushrooms? Mate, I've been chopping down a lot of trees on the surface too. But yes, they do get bent out of shape about mushrooms. Mushrooms are trees too. And I actually have a headcanon reason for this, although Tarn and Zach have been discussing like maybe potentially changing it so that they don't get bent out of shape over mushrooms. My headcanon reason for it, and the reason I'm okay with it, is so trees use mycelium to talk in real life. Like literally trees communicate with each other via the mushroom mycelium network. So in my mind, that's probably like elven internet. So like imagine you're just trying to like get your email, right? And the dwarves just keep chopping down all the mushrooms down in the base, which stops, uh-oh. They're actually a siege? Oh, I caught them all in cages. Ha! Anyway. So that's my theory. What do they talk about? They'll actually like legit send nutrients to smaller trees. Like Douglas fir trees, like research has been done by like University of British Columbia and in our local forest just like around Vancouver that literally have found evidence that Douglas fir trees will send nutrients via their roots through mycelium to other Douglas fir trees that don't get enough sun. You're cutting their fiber wire? Literally, yes. You know, trees are cool. So you get living stumps? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, no, that's my headcanon reason as to why the elves would get bent out of shape about the what is this commie trees? It's okay. The trees are making everybody communists. It's great. The Forgotten Beast, Odgib Shemastbomrek has come. A huge blob composed of flame. It has 3 stubby tails and it squirms and fidgets. Where is it? Ah. All right, Bernie and the Flame Stuffs. Gotta go have fun, y'all. What a time to go. I mean, it's gonna burn up all the corpses, which is kind of nice of it, actually. Not these ones, though. It's currently just draining the water. Nope. It crashed the game. This version of the game, this current build is a little bit more crashy than the previous ones. Ants? Okay, never mind. Burn the mushrooms down. All right. Frame rate? No, frame rate's fine. Unless it blocks pathing, which it won't. Or I'll make sure it won't, rather. All right, what did I just do? It's before or at, okay, I'd found, okay. So this is before that siege, I think? Didn't lose much. Why mean to ants? I don't know. They didn't even show up this time. Okay. No, I don't do that, or I try not to. It's very rare that I'll do stuff like save scum, especially in Dwarf because it's generally not necessary. No, the game crashed. But I felt it seizing, so I was like, ah, yes, the game's crashing, which means we're probably gonna get a different Forgotten Beast. We'll still get a Forgotten Beast. It's just gonna be a different one. Wait, what's no use? Yes? Alt F4ing or something else? And I don't know. I don't hate ants. Ants are just one of those bugs where it's like there's enough of them that if I kill 45 of them, I'm not going to feel bad. Spiders I won't kill. I like spiders, but like I kill ants with zero regret. I see ant, I kill ant. That's my relationships to ants. It definitely caused the game to crash, yeah. Yes, no, ants have enough population to survive me squishing them. What do we get this time? The Forgotten Beast, Oson, has come. It's Oson, a great three-eyed mammoth. Uh-oh. It has a broad horn, and it has a bloated body. Its orange hair is unkept. Beware, it's poisonous. That might actually be worse. So mammoths don't exist in Dwarf Fortress outside of were creatures and Forgotten Beasts. It's killing frog people we can't see. And probably dying 2 frog people that we can't see. Killed 13. Currently enraged at all enemies. Its guts are hanging out and it's dead. It's probably for the best. An elven caravan has arrived to trade. GG, easy anyways. It's one way to do it, I suppose. God, this cavern is so deep. We're gonna need to do stuff with this cavern, though. This big old cavern. Aside from just me, like, using it as a quarry. Got frogged. It found the crazy psychedelic frogs, and they slapped it to death. It croaked. Yes, the frogs really made it croak. I need to drop stuff all the way to the bottom? Drop stuff? What do you mean? Like, does it make baddies fall all the way to the bottom? I'd have to clear out all of those pillars, which would take a long time. So I don't know. You don't know goblins? There's no lava at the bottom. A ribbiting? Not a riveting? Weird. It's been a long time since I've had a video on YouTube get more than 1,000 views per hour. There's somebody in my comments section saying, "Oh my God, old announcements are returning." No, they're not. New feature. No, nobody's ever gonna believe me when I say this. No matter how many times I say this, nobody's gonna believe me. But they are not returning. These are not new, these are not old announcements. Ugh. Or did I manage to scout it out? I think I actually would have completely missed this cavern layer. Yeah, I straight up would have. No, I was digging into the rock salt, so I just found it. I had no idea it was there. Let's see what the elves brought. See how far the bits fly. They'd be landing in water, so they would literally just go sploosh. Waiting on the broker. Suited Giraffe is taking a nap, though, so. Really got you wondering how were creatures came to be. Like, why did whoever made the werewolf choose that? Were creatures are made by gods, at least by Dwarf lore. Gods make were creatures. You dream of falling in love. How quaint. Personally values tranquility and a peaceful day. Aw, and your aunt is dead. Well, that's unfortunate. So's your cousin. You do have a pet kitten, though. 39 years old. What a quaint little dwarf. Not generally secret. I'm just looking to see if I should put her in the military. Dreams of falling in love. You just go live, dwarf. It's fine. How about you? Dreams of crafting masterwork someday. Okay, carry on. How about you? Fish cleaner. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. Respects martial prowess. You can join the military. Well, actually, I can just... All right, you. What do you do? You don't... Okay. How do you feel about combat? Brave. Sweet. Milker is brave, naturally. Dreams of raising a family. Go. Masterwork someday. Isn't it? It's good that, like, in real life, military conscription doesn't work like, what do you dream of doing with your life? It's more generally something that you volunteer for, but literally it's just like, do you dream of mastering a skill? Do you dream of raising a family? Are you ambitious? Can I just make you go stab things, soldier? It's a pig. Peacock? Dwarves really like peacocks. They don't want the crazies. This is true. Yeah, that button used to be there. There used to be a button here. It always was there. It was there in the past. I miss it. I want that button back. Everybody wants civilian alerts back. I just want to be able to assign dwarves to the military from their bio. Incredibly brave. Sweet. To me, this is the most efficient way of assigning military, though, is just whenever you get a new migrant wave, just skim their descriptions and then add them because they'll just be at the bottom. Fearful. 78. 80. How big is this wave? We were at 60. Up to 81. From 60 to 81, not too big. Not small, but not insane. Want to be able to cull animals from their description? You can do it en masse from here. I think that the fact that you can do it en masse means, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, literally, you can just do this. Can we, like, not make this into a super depressing real-life conversation unless that's what the entire chat wants to talk about? I was just simply making a statement about a video game. Let's keep it at that for right now. I don't particularly want to talk about this in a real-life context. Even though you're not wrong. It's not a conversation I particularly feel like having right now. Wine cap mushrooms, because they look like plump helmets. And as for wine, like the plump helmet wine, I have no idea. I've never had mushroom wine, but mushroom wine does exist, so I would assume mushroom wine is what it would taste like. Dirt, mostly. That's not what mushrooms taste like, so I doubt it. No, you can buy mushroom wine for drinking. I've literally looked up, like, fermentation recipes on mushroom wine because of this video game. Yeah, I missed the button. Unemployed Shaku. It doesn't seem like it's particularly mass-produced in regards to mushroom wine. But yeah, I also want to try mushroom wine. I mean, I've had potato wine before that actually had earthy notes and was quite tasty. Mushroom beer? Never had mushroom beer. Don't know if that's even a thing. Welcome back. You're the mayor. Layagushka. You got elected mayor. Wasn't my first choice, but sometimes we just have to go with it. All hail the mayor, not king. Definitely mayor. Napalm sideburns. What sideburn do you want to napalm today? You know what I mean. We got, you know, various different types of dwarves from across the dwarf and dwarf. From spear dwarf to axe dwarf to undead dwarf to smaller than normal dwarf. And we got some medical dwarf. We got farmer dwarf. We got fish cutty dwarf. We got weapon makey dwarf. Blacksmithy dwarf. And pickaxe wielding dwarf. I mean, you were pretty upset, Layagushka. Bearded and cocky. Cookie, not cocky. Okay. Bearded and cookie. I was gonna say my one cook is like not bearded. You could be the bearded blacksmith who cookies metal. But I don't think that's quite what you meant. Gave you the cheesemaker, who's got a good beard. You'll cook some weapons. Because fishing is illegal. That's why. You can't make alcohol out of fish. He has no ambition whatsoever and has a profound sense of duty and obligation and is not careful with his resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort and forms only strong and rarely forms strong. He forms strong emotional bonds with others at times to his detriment and is rarely happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and he is trusting. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract. He tends a stockpile underwater. Where was I? He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And he dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. He views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and thinks friendship is important and disregards tradition and values sacrifice and respects perseverance. He likes jet, iron, and white chalistony yak hoof in the color chocolate. Bracelets and buckwheat for their beer and the sound of the mellow saffron, and when possible prefers to consume glass eye and two-humped camel cheese and carrot wine, and absolutely hates worms.
Cheese for everyone!
His very long beard is neatly combed, his short sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven, and he has a very high-pitched voice. His heliotrope eyes are wide set, and his ears are extremely tall, and his pale chestnut skin is wrinkled, and his hair is golden yellow. Welcome to the fort. You have a wife and a kid. Your wife is Dodok, pretty blonde lady, and your daughter is a baby. You have an older brother who lives in the fort and a younger brother who lives in the fort. And you worship the object Batsu Kodstudatsing Toksig. And you have a billion deities. Very religious dwarf. Killed nothing. You're a former member of the Girders of Puzzling. Of the Ferocious Order. And you're a former religion member of the Domination of Scarring, the Denomination of Wards, and the Unbridled Creed. Now you're just a member of the Farmers Guild. I hear a fire truck. Not really related to anything. I hear a fire truck, so I wanted to say that out loud. All right. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Do, 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 do. God, I'm tired as fuck today. It's funny, like, maybe not funny, but there are days at work in any job where it's like, work's easy, flies by, and isn't even remotely challenging. Every single second of today has been a challenge for me, and I don't know why. It's just one of those days where it's just like, oh man, I just want to go back to bed and take a nap. You know what I mean? That's all I feel like today. I feel like I need some more miners in this fort. Let's just bring rock salt blocks down here and make a little bridge. We're gonna dig into this side as well. Yeah, I mean, we're still getting the odd fireworks. Like, I was outside last night getting, like, winding my day down, and every 90 seconds or so it was like pop, 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 pop. It was like, wow, okay. Fireworks still going off, I guess. I kind of want to build the... I kind of want to build the Baron's quarters down here. Just trying to think what kind of pattern I would do it as. It's like this little circle is kind of fun, so I think I'm going to mimic this down one. It's going to break through there, but that's fine. And then I think we're going to do this. Similar to previous. Except it's going to just go all the way down to here. And this is going to be where the Baron's quarters are. That's going to be Baron's dining room. And this can be the Baron's quarters. And the center one can be the throne room. What do you think, chat? I think that works. But yeah, for me, it's mostly the weather. It's like it's been so hot. But I'm gonna have to set up my air conditioner pretty soon. I've just been putting it off and like refusing to do it and refusing to do it and refusing to do it and refusing to do it, just because it's expensive to run the thing. But after once I have the pets, which will be as of Saturday, I'm just gonna, you know, run it, because I'm not gonna be able to have my door open all the way because I'm gonna be cat sitting and dog sitting. And when you're taking care of somebody's dog that isn't yours, you can't really, like, you know, just let them run around outside because they don't know the area. So I'm gonna have to stop doing that. I'm gonna have to start doing that pretty soon. Yes, Fortress is doing better, and we have a Baron. Lyagushka got elected mayor. We got attacked by an Etten who is a member of the Best Religion Stone, the Communion of Hugging, which is fantastic. So very, very happy about that. We killed the Etten, and they strangled one of my dwarves to death, which is also very fitting. Well, yeah, Fortress is doing better. How you doing, Stone? How's things? There's some there's a news vid that came up, which I'm excited about. I love it when people ask questions like this. This is a perfectly legit question, which I have no way to answer it that they will ever like. This person asks this question in my YouTube video. Hello, Blind. I have a question regarding Fortress mode. Did by any chance the developers mention that we will be able to ride animals in Fortress mode in the near future? It's sad that I can't let my Urist ride giant grizzly bears. It would be fancy to ride a dragon too. It's like, near future? No. At some point in the future after adventure mode? Yes, it's planned. It's like, near future? No. I have no way to answer that that'll make anybody happy. Near future is a relative term. True. I don't think most people's definition of the words near future fit with that, you know? Future is subjective, Keyfry. Thanks, K-Dranos. I don't like this bottom one. Because that one's going to just be a bedroom, so. Let's do that instead. Looks a bit too butt pluggy. Get rid of that. Do that instead. That looks almost as bad. God damn it. With windows into the cavern? Pretty sure you're the mayor and not the baron, so you don't get to make demands. I only propose, no demand. Valid. Would love to live in a butt plug shaped room. There's a building that's pretty close to me. No, it doesn't look like a butt plug, but it looks like a house from the front. Like you look at it and it just looks like a house. But when you walk to the side of it, it's like maybe a meter wide by the end. Like the whole building is like a triangle. And in the far corner, like the last easily, like, I don't know, 8 meters of this building is maybe a meter wide. And whenever I walk by that building, I'm like, those rooms must be, because there's like rooms with windows in there and it's like someone's house. And whenever I walk past it, I'm just like, what in the fuck? That looks like a dick with a ball sack. Allow me to introduce you to Amazon's headquarters. Technically, it looks like a water molecule, but it still is the first thing that pops up when you type in Bezos balls. So if you go to Google and you type in Bezos balls, you get this. This is Amazon HQ. I've walked past the Bezos balls. I've also touched the Bezos balls. They're quite pretty, actually, when you walk past them, because they're like full of gardens. They're like it's a really nice headquarters. The actual headquarters is the building right there. But this is the Amazon headquarters. I know it's an oxygen molecule. I don't care. It's 2 nuts and a chode. But like, where's they're called the Amazon spheres technically. I'm like, hold on. This is like a shot from inside. Like they're quite pretty. Like it's a nice office space. I've actually touched Bezos' balls. They're quite pretty, actually. I mean, look at them. They look great from inside. There's no way this is gonna sound any better in or out of context. Spheres, yes. Wink. Mm-hmm. Have I been inside of Bezos' balls? No, I've just walked past Bezos' balls. And I've seen pictures of inside of Bezos' balls. Sorry, I can't say that with a straight face. You need a guest pass to go inside of Bezos. Sure you do, actually. You do need like a visitor's badge. Me and Kiri actually walked past Bezos's balls when she was at PAX West. Guest pass, yes, you need a guest pass to see Bezos, to go inside of Bezos's balls. You can look at them for free, though. Twitch partnership ends. Cancel! I'm not the first person to make that joke, for whatever it's worth. It's literally the first thing that pops up if you type in Bezos's balls onto Google. So, like, you can't even blame me for any of this. When you have billions of dollars, you can do whatever you want in public. You're so childish. You love this topic. Why would I type that? Because a friend of mine told me to. He's like, okay, Thiagman from this chat is a friend of mine who I crash with whenever I go to Seattle, because he lives in Seattle. And we were in Seattle at one point walking to a restaurant. He goes, oh, yeah, that's Amazon. He's like, you want to see Amazon's HQ? It looks like balls. And I was like, what? He's just like, no, here, I'll show you. And then we walked past the Amazon's balls, and he goes, it's the first thing that types in when you type in Bezos's balls into Google. And I tried it on my phone, and it worked, and it's still the case. Google searches are unique for you? Not necessarily, because I've tried it in a incognito tab while using a VPN, and it's still the first thing that pops up. So that's an incognito tab. You happy? Type in Bezos, or I actually mistyped Bezos, but Bezos. See? Still the same thing. It's actually on the Wikipedia page about it. Control F. Bezos balls. Bezos balls. Nicknamed Bezos balls by the media. I didn't come up with this. Oh. Duh.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Chat's just... I edited the Wikipedia page. You know, I've never actually edited a Wikipedia page, and I don't actually have a Wikipedia account. I do, however, donate to Wikipedia. All of this is facts. You can choose to believe me or not. It's up to you. I didn't even know I had an artifact going. Locum the Herbalist has created Tathtak Umstiz, a siltstone bracelet, and offers it to the big danger. Please don't bite the Bezos balls. Moving on. This is a siltstone bracelet. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of round siltstone cabochons and square-cut indigo tourmalines. And,
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Yes. Round siltstone cabochons and square-cut indigo tourmaline and larch and apple wood. This object menaces with spikes of rock salt, indigo tourmaline, and alpaca bone. Nope. That is, the elves growing thing is like an elven specific magic power where they ask the trees nicely to grow into shapes of things they need, and then the item falls off the tree. It's also like a real thing, and I can't remember the name of the real thing. Because the trees just grow into the shape of whatever the elves need. And also the elves don't cut down trees. The trees just simply grow them planks and logs as needed. Into the shapes of cubes? They grow watermelons into the shapes of cubes? I didn't know this, but maybe, probably. I'm just imagining Minecraft watermelons now. I'm assuming they grow it in a box or something. Or in like a crate. Japan cube watermelon. I'm trying to actually play Dwarf Fortress and not just sit here and Google stuff. That's what just chatting streams are for. Unless it's very important, like proving to chat that Bezos's balls is not a thing that I made up. I swear. This is way better than Bezos balls. Let me just okay, fine. Nothing is better than Bezos's balls, but Japan Cube Watermelon. Wow. They do look like Minecraft melons. I guess my question for this is just simply, why? Why? I guess, yeah, true. Easier to stack. Storage is probably easier. One of the pages tells you, I'm sure it does. I'm good. I would rather just like come up with assumptions based on the one image. You can charge $100 for them if they're cute like that. That seems like a racket. I think I will stick to my spherical melons. Thank you very much. There's a joke in there somewhere. Fruit in you mean in Japan is a whole thing? Sure. Fruit is a whole thing here too. Now, if you can make a fruit look like a designer ass, then like if you can sell me a peach that just actually looks like a butt, I will be impressed. But I don't think they make designer ass fruit. I have a good amount of rock salt, turns out. I remember there's this gelato place in the town that I grew up in, and in the top corner of it there was a clock. And the clock was like the face of it was I don't know the word for it. You know, like that clear plastic stuff that preserves whatever's inside of it like indefinitely. It was one of those, except inside of it was a fruit basket. And in the middle of the fruit basket was a peach. And I remember the first time I went there with a friend of mine at the time, who I haven't seen in decades, he just started giggling. And I looked at him like, what's so funny? He goes, there's a butt on the wall. It looked like some, and to this day, it's either epoxy or resin or something. To this day, it legit just looks like there's somebody mooning you from the center of the clock. And when he pointed it out, like, very funny looking. And he mentioned, and my friend mentioned it to one of the people working there, and she goes, "Yeah, we know. People point it out all the time." I'm like, "Okay, cool. So we're not the only ones then. Good to know." I love the color of rock salt. I'm very happy that I found a bunch of it. Uh-oh. Oh, a human caravan is right. There's a lot of people trading with us all of a sudden. Also, hey, Snail, what's up, dude? It's not too saturated. Yeah, it's like that. I think it's Wreck-It Ralph that has that scene where he's like, "It's not pink, it's salmon." It's more of a salmon than a pink. You know, it's not like bright Barbie pink. It's more of a salmon. I think it's Wreck-It Ralph that has that movie. It has that line. I mean, for reference, Cadranos, I started making them into rock salt stairs before I saw what you typed. Famine. Well, because the character has a lisp, so he says salmon with a lisp, so it sounds like he's saying famine. Famine. It's not pink, it's famine. Hold on, let me see if I can find that link. It's not pink, it's salmon. What is that movie? What line is that from? Apparently it's a bit from Red versus Blue. Apparently it was used, it's a joke used in many sketch comedy TV show, including Big Bang Theory. And yes, it's a line in Wreck-It Ralph, which is where I've seen it. Greetings, noble dwarf, as we meet with the human keeper of the seal, Apug Makkumak. Apug Makkumak says, noble dwarf, there is much to discuss. It is a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourselves, minus the bodies on the perimeter. There is much to share, and they've added information to our civilization and world info. And we go, yay! I don't know about that. In regarding to needing more sound commands. Besides, I would just charge people for them anyway, so most people wouldn't get to use them. And the stairs are deaf pink. Totally. I'm not disagreeing with you. It's a light pink, but it's... It happens, Nodokasa. It does in fact happen. Being broke again. What are tickets for if not to spend them? Brag about how many you have? But you're correct. You could, yes, well, I mean, always annoy Lyagushka the mayor. That's like part of the entry promise of being a dwarf. Annoy the mayor. I'm gonna buy these instruments, even though I'm assuming we don't know how to play them. They brought us a crow. That's it? Just a crow? Nothing actually interesting? We're gonna buy Social Animals and Other Topics. I'm sure a very good book. And then I'm gonna remove all of the gems until it goes yellow. And then we're gonna trade. Annoy these nuts for all you care. Sure. New migrants have arrived. And the number rises. Gives in raising a family. Dreams of raising a family. What else do we have? Dreams of mastering a skill. Sweet. Need to make more helms. The line I love to always say, President knows, is remember, Twitch is not a dating site. Okay, let's see. What are we missing here? We need pants for everybody, shirts for most of them, and helmets for a bunch of them. Okay, so let's do Iron Helm, Iron Greaves, Iron Shields, and Iron Gauntlets, Iron Breastplates, and Iron Mail Shirts. Let's do just 30 of each of these. I'm gonna queue up like 100 charcoal and also queue up smelting more magnetite. Am I coming over that thick? My apologies. I wouldn't say there's any need to apologize, but you know. Oh, it's certainly better to make everything out of steel. Am I making them out of steel? No. Do I care? Not particularly. Because currently, yeah, I don't have any flux stone. I'm not sure there is any on this map. But here's the thing that you'll learn about me pretty quickly, Hard, if you watch my stuff pretty frequently, Hard Mistletoe, is I don't care about min-maxing, and dwarves are so bloody OP, they do not need the best quality gear, period, to do well, like at all. So I kind of don't care nor bother in most cases. Because it's just not necessary, really. It's just like, it's... Unless I... basically, you won't see me making iron unless I have access to lava, because it just uses so much coal to actually make iron into steel that I just don't bother. Let's just do this. The amount of times you misclick on it. Let's just get the last of this stuff set up. Yeah, no, unless I'm specifically trying to keep a fortress alive in the long term, President knows I intentionally play very loose. Because this is a game with no real difficulties. It's like, yeah, there's the air quotes difficulty stuff in the settings menu, which kind of isn't difficulty. It's like, do you want to get raffle stomped or not more than difficulty? And because I don't really consider that like difficulty sliders, I set the game up in a way that I think will be the most entertaining for the fort that I'm building. So. And I think that my dwarves just creaming everything every single time is not really that entertaining. Okay, how many dwarves need beds? Quite a few. It is a good thing we have a dormitory, though. Also, don't think I'm going to have enough doors to go around. No, I'm not. Let's make siltstone doors. I like the color of siltstone doors. Also going to need more chests. And more cabinets. Yeah, for me with the weapons and materials thing comment, I once built a fortress that had a military dwarf who used a wooden shield and a bronze mace, which is a terrible material to make a mace out of, and it wasn't even high quality. And that dwarf managed to rack up 97 kills with it. So basically from that point forward, I'm just like, you know what? Largely, I'm just going to let the dwarves use the materials they want to use, unless I'm specifically trying to take out sites. At which point, then it's like best material I can get my hands on. But outside of that, like largely, I will just let them use whatever they want to use. Because it doesn't really make sense to do anything else. To me, anyway. They eventually named the bronze mace, too. I want to say that that dwarf was the one that got crushed by a drawbridge during, like, fighting off, like, 100 and something goblins by himself. It's like, took out an entire siege on his own and then died in a drawbridge crush. I'm pretty sure it was that dwarf. Might be misremembering that bit. It was a while ago. It's sad. It's Dwarfort. Bridge. Yeah, about that, eh? Death comes for every dwarf. This is true. Just like every survivor in Vampire Survivors. Also, I don't know if anybody here has watched the video that was posted by NoClip on Vampire Survivors. It's a little 30-minute, like, history and making of documentary about Vampire Survivors. And the developer of Vampire Survivors apparently is super private. Like, doesn't like to show his face or anything. Which is fair. I mean, like, dude's got quite a bit of fame going on. But he did do a voice interview for that recording, and they made a sock puppet of him, or of a vampire. So, like, it's a making in history of video about, like, the making of Vampire Survivors with a sock puppet being interviewed, which is kind of fantastic. So I respect that. I just wanted to say that out loud because I watched that last night and it was pretty good. It's like 30 minutes. You made a little memorial for your last drawbridge incident? Was it that bad that it required a memorial? And him being in the other room? Yeah, that sounds similar to that. Been having a lot of issues with unhappy dwarves missing their family and looking for romance. Any tips? I have a video about 10 ways to make dwarves happy. Literally, you just have to overcompensate for it. Because if they miss their family, it usually means that their family isn't in the fort. And if their family isn't in the fort, then they have no way of seeing them. Oh boy. So quite literally all you can do is overcompensate for it. Thank you. I didn't have time to hit the sneeze button. I think that this dwarf has been eating a little too much rock salt. He's almost the same color as the floor. He does believe that trade is the lifeblood of a thriving society, though. You're trying to spell Gesundheit without Googling it? No. Gesundheit! And Yoshi the Wanderer, by the way. Hello. You still have a mission to have a fort in which the military consists of only fist-fighting dwarves. Try double shield-wielding dwarves. More effective. The video is finally getting less than 1,000 views an hour, but I'm okay with this. Did pretty damn well. It's been a while since I've had a news video do as well as today's. I guess because it says adventure mode in the title. Yeah, rock salt's pretty good. Like rock salt and jet, I think, are two of my favorites. Chalk's also up there. I really like the nice beige of chalk. It's like a lighter siltstone. Like almost tempted to go outside and see what they're doing because I just keep hearing drilling. Like there's clearly work being done on something, but still play the ASCII version? Well, in the ASCII version, it would look like this. Which is its own kind of awesome. I actually quite like the look of this fort in ASCII. I will say it's way harder to tell when dwarves are upset in ASCII. Or without ASCII, rather. Like, for me, it's way harder to spot which dwarf is, like, having a rough day. Let's give them a break. It's actually a pretty effective little waterfall sploosh thing, even though it's, like, kind of just slowly putting mud everywhere. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Running out of the right materials. Gotta dig. Extra 14 bedrooms, there we go. That FPS makes you want to build a PC. I will say I've gotten more crashes since swapping out the CPU. But yeah, it's kind of bonkers, isn't it? FPS death has not really been a thing on any computer I've owned since pre-version 40. So that means I haven't experienced FPS death truly, like FPS death that wasn't fixable on a Fortress since like 2015. So, but that's me and my experience, so. I know other people claim differently. I genuinely believe that frame rate death is largely a player myth at this point. Unless you are doing something very seriously wrong with your fortress designs. Raging Cave, what kind of dwarf would you like? You have a lot of military dwarves, a lot of animal trainers and such. Although a lot of these dwarves are military, so... Yeah, 20-year-old, like... Yeah, see, like, but, like, I don't consider that FPS Death Rock Jitsu, right? Like, that's 20 FPS sucks, but it's perfectly playable. Like, you can absolutely get by and enjoy a fort on 20 FPS. Animal trainer with beard, happy if possible. Okay, I will search by happy. Or actually, I'll just go look at animal trainers. How about Nish? 65 has a spouse and 2 pets. A pet duckling and a pet peahen. See, that's not FPS death, though. That isn't FPS death, right? That is a wrong description of FPS death. Will 1,500 serpent men slow down your fortress? Certainly. Can you fix it? Absolutely, which means it's not FPS death. FPS death is when your fortress goes to sub-zero FPS to the point where it literally makes the fortress unsavable. 1,500 serpent men is not only fixable and savable in vanilla, it's not actually going to slow your fort down that much. And if you use DFAC, you could just exterminate them. That is not FPS death. I vehemently disagree. And like on my old setup, I had a siege of what? It was like 800 dudes. My frame rate went down to like 15, and by the time they were all dead, it rocketed back up to like 40 or whatever. That's not frame rate death. Frame rate death is when your fortress is unplayable permanently, which doesn't happen anymore, and hasn't happened in a very, very, very long time, in my opinion. Just let you play. I wonder if you could... I think you can revert back a version, Layagushka. But anyway, let me get this dwarf named. Your wife is named Aiton, who's another animal caretaker and also a miner. You have several cousins, but nobody in the fort. He is not a private person, and he freely shares details of his life. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and is optimistic. He likes to take it easy, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. It works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He has little interest in joking around, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear that live differently from himself, and he could be considered rude. He is often nervous, and he has a greedy streak. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he's quick to form negative views about things, and he's assertive, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He doesn't handle stress well, and his voice trails off when he's thinking about it. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and he personally thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and thinks friendship is important and sees competition as wasteful and silly. Dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes calcite, fine pewter, and yellow glossier, and spears and shields and cloaks, and large gems and lime brutes for their bloated appearance, and the sound of the sparkles of bewilderment, and when possible prefers to consume giant louse and dwarven ale, and absolutely hates blood gnats. His very long beard is braided. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is... we're out of drink. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long... his large irised amethyst eyes are incredibly close set. His ears are short, and his dark peach skin is wrinkled, and his hair is goldenrod. And I am out of booze. I'm also just going to do this real quick. Your nick was already taken? Oh, no. Although, to be fair, Raging Cave is a pretty good nick, so. My favorite, like, it's a name generator name is Krendor. His name came from a default World of Warcraft recommended name. Which to me is real funny. For some reason. Jail. Something I really wish that we could encounter more in Fortress mode outside of reclaiming forts is engravings from people who lived here before. That's something that, like, exists in adventure mode quite a bit, is like, oh, you can, like, find engravings from previous residents of certain areas. I really wish that that was a more prominent thing in Fortress mode. It'd be really cool to dig into the caverns and just find a bunch of engravings from somebody. But, you know. I could just build a bridge across this way. Yeah, that's not too unsafe. We could do that. The drilling will continue until morale improves. Look at me, actually building a railing. I never do that. Took 1 hour name generating that sounded cool and wasn't already taken. That sounded cool and wasn't already taken. Wow. Yeah, no, that's that takes a while. You're going to go dig, Yuvesh. Well, that's good. It's also getting close to lunchtime for yours truly, chat. It's gonna be dribbly. We'll just channel that out and we'll make it into a grate. Any great changes since the 40 versions? The majority of the game? Well, it runs a shit ton better. Let's see, libraries, guilds, taverns, visitors, crimes, the justice system. I don't know. It's hard for me to remember because it's been so long. Like, what else wasn't in the game back then? Those are just the quick ones off the top of my head. Tons of changes to adventure mode. Chad, anybody who's played this game for too long, what are some things that have changed since version 40? I mean, most recently, multi-threading and SDL2, so the game actually runs at acceptable frame rates. Alchemy was removed. Drawbridge building was simplified, so you no longer need to assign them as architects. The way trees have changed. Creatures can attack you from the caverns now. Vampires. Intelligent undead that can have magic powers, randomly generated creatures that are created by necromancers that are like mini forgotten beasts. So like a necromancer tower could attack you with like 40 zombies or like 50 blobs that have wings that shoot like acid. Necromancers were in the game back then. They just operated very differently. Economy is no longer in the game, but that was already the case in version 40. Yeah, they got rid of money, although coins still exist for some reason. How's the fort? Pretty okay, Fem. How's you? Did you see the video I posted of your dwarf's demise? I posted that whole highlight. So the whole, like, your dwarf getting named followed by what the blood? Is now on the YouTube. So for some reason you want to relive the death of your fortress, you can do that. Or the death of your dwarf, you can do that. So yeah, it's been a busy time, is the easiest way to put it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of like I act. This is like wrong, and I shouldn't do this, but I act like everybody who watches this stream plays this version of the game. So sometimes I just like. I legitimately forget that there are people who like haven't played Dwarf Fortress in ages that might be watching. But that's my bad. Oh yeah, kids can do jobs now. Like young dwarves can do jobs. Danger rooms are useless now and have no purpose. Trying to think of other things that have been changed and or fixed. Yeah, like if I work, labor, standing orders, chores, like these are all the jobs kids can do. Which isn't like all of them, but they can do like menial tasks around the fort instead of just playing make-believe at random locations. Yeah, I don't know. All kinds of things. Yeah, like hauling dead bodies and then playing on the corpse pile, like confusing everybody. I was worried about that. We got a Ranger Guild Hall I need to build. It's gonna be pink. I mean, salmon. Looks like it's time to generate some mist. That's if you run out of other options, right? There's never gonna be a situation where you need mist generators, but they certainly help. I do have a video on how to make mist generators too if you need that, which I think I mentioned in the moods video. Oh yeah, also like just the way dwarves socialize and the way their like mental health works is completely different from older versions. It's like my military always gets kind of upset, so I give them a waterfall. Let me run through it. Which is just coming from a light aquifer. Oh yeah, also there's now 3 types of aquifers. This is another thing that's new. There's 3 types of aquifers. There's light, varied, and heavy. Light aquifers you can like just dig through and you don't even need a bucket to haul the water out of. Varied are unpredictable and surprising and fun! Exclamation point. And then heavy are the old school aquifers that just fire a torrent of gushers into your walkways. That's another big one. And heavy ones are kind of rare. They're only really on like large rivers and underneath oceans. All aquifers used to be heavy, yeah. That's why you'll see all these guides that just say, ignore aquifers, disable aquifers, because they all used to be heavy. Which basically meant that if you were a new player, good luck! So you got hit by a tree, I think. Compound fracture, gotcha, gotcha. Don't actually have a diagnoser. I'm gonna add this surgeon to here and then remove their other tasks. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress? Really? Who exactly? Ah! The dead walk, hide while you still can. Well, that's not good. Where do you think you're going? Not that far, good. Well, you better get to the door before that zombie does. Same with you, kitty. Same with you, dwarf. I love the little paths that they indent in the grass. Chat, can I get a vile force of darkness for this vile force of darkness? Oh no, there's a kitten on the surface. Kitten, get underground. Somebody's pet. You're a named kitten. Get underground, kitten. There you go. Let's see, did they bring anything cool? Bunch of necromancers, which is actually quite terrifying. Whole bunch of zombies. No, I don't know if they weren't necessarily death. There was definitely ways of getting through them. But they were definitely a challenge to get through. I'm gonna approve the Ranger Guild Hall before I forget. Let's get to finishing this. Can I do this? Guild Hall. Ranger Guild. The nice thing about Ranger Guilds is they do teach ambushing, which is one of the harder skills in the game to learn by default, so that is good. It is good music, yeah. It's just like, oh, Siege is here? Okay, banger music time. Excellent. Got a few more of these to finish up, but that's getting done. Not a problem for the mood? Why would rock salt be a problem for the mood? All rock is treated equal in Dwarf and doesn't affect moods differently. As a not in great player, it helps invoke fear in you. Just put a trapdoor on your front door and you'll be fine. I agree with this, Dune-Dane Rager. You know, I still maintain that the one real big takeaway from today is that I would love to join that religion about hugging. The communion of hugging. Although it does seem like a really good way to, like, contract a deadly disease. Like, I feel like cold viruses would go around real quick at a gathering for the communion of hugging. I would be, so as the guy who's doing it, Shiny, I'm not that enthused about it. Well, not that I'm not enthused about it. Like, it's a fun little opportunity. It's not a huge amount that they're paying me, Pablo, first off. It's not like it's a full-time job or anything. It's hourly, and it takes me, like, an hour or two to make those videos tops. So it's not like I'm a full-time gig or anything. And also, it's a very small number of videos. So, I mean, they might commission more after that, but it's essentially just like they're commissioning some videos from me. It's not like I'm working with them or anything crazy. I think that's like over-exaggerating what's actually happening, but... Traffic I'll generate from it will be dope? I mean, I will bring traffic to KitFox. Traffic on my channel will stay about the same, I think. Is that a shark? Awesome. But also, this is a thing that's been going on for like 4 weeks now. It's just nobody's really noticed, even though I've announced it in like 5 different places. That's the thing that I do think is kind of funny about it, is like literally nobody noticed. It's just like I announced it, told people about it, mentioned it, brought it up a couple times, and then like Tarn mentions it in a video, and now everybody notices. Sup, Anander. The Pink Room is actually, like, the name of a really good dim sum place here. Yeah, but I think people are exaggerating, like, the importance of it, but I don't know. Maybe I downplay everything and hate it when people get excited about shit that I do, but... Nobody might butt. Fair enough. Everybody else is noticing. The people who are here in the stream every day have noticed. The people who aren't in the stream every day are now noticing, and I think it's kind of funny. Some? Nah, me? Never. I would never self-deprecate. That is just pure slander, in fact. Lies. Lies, I tell you. I would never do such a thing. Never in my life have I once self-deprecated. Yes, it does. Ugh. Missed some news by the sounds of things. Go watch the video I uploaded like 4 hours ago. Or go watch the video on KitFox's channel. That'll also tell you. TLDR, if you just go to KitFox's YouTube channel, KitFox Games, if you go here and you go to videos, I made this video and I made this video. And then they used the footage from this video for the background footage of this video, which is Tarn talking, which I thought was kind of funny. I was watching this like this morning when they sent it to me before the video went live, because they sent it to me like, I don't know, 90 minutes before the video went up. And I looked at it and I was like, man, that footage looks familiar. Because I was just listening to what Tarn was saying and not paying any attention to what was going on in the video and like taking notes for the video. And then I was like, wait a second. I've seen this footage before. Hold on. It's kind of funny. No, because nobody's actually going to be firing anything off. These are just for decoration. Stukos, the trader's been possessed. We have to keep an eye on that. Claimed a Craftsdwarf shop. Yeah, I want to know about this shark. This is a superior statue of a whale shark. The item is a superiorly designed image of a whale shark by last group. It is a fun statue. This one's just a random human, so. It's not a shark jumping a walrus, though. It's just a whale shark. Yeah, no, there's a few things about me that I wish I could change, that I wish I could be better at, and one of those things is I wish I could just get better at taking compliments and accepting compliments. I am fucking terrible at it. People say nice things to me, and I'm just like, nope, that's not true. Damn, can't believe it. Nope, never happened. Sly. False. Disagree. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's like, yeah, nope, never happened. Don't believe him. Never met the guy. Who are we even talking about? I don't even know. You're 42 and you're the same way. I'm screwed. Well, good to know. Thank you. See, like, that I can take. I can take truths, but, like, compliments? New script. I'm glad you think so. More like new genetics. Or new brain. New brain? New brain. New brain would allow me to do that differently. You will break me of this? Good luck. All right. There's the Baroness's office. Imposter syndrome is a thing? Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ. My hair looks great today. I woke up like this. That's not actually a joke. I haven't done anything to it today. What, an angel? Now that's a lie. That's just an abject falsehood. Hardly. I don't even need to, like, claim imposter syndrome on that one. That is just wrong. I am not an angel. Refuse to acknowledge that statement. You're just awful at everything and you don't have the imposter syndrome. That's not true. You're pretty damn good at figuring out how to make me stumble over my words and not know what you're talking about in the word story. So you're pretty good at that. Useless skill? Yeah, maybe, but like... Still. I'm good enough. That I'll take. Streamer of relatively above average quality. Verb of archaic nature added to word story. Thanks for ruining my day. Transfem. Darren Sullivan, hello. My consistency is also admirable. Consistently slightly above average quality. You know, it's funny. There was a joke about my stream ages ago. Well, maybe not a joke, but a statement made about my stream ages ago. Made by Stoned Hobo, one of my moderators. And he's like, The one thing that your stream really has and has always had and probably will always have is you're extraordinarily consistent. Either extraordinarily consistently shit or consistently slightly above average. And like I said, I'll take it. We're gonna do more stuff down here, housing-wise and whatnot. Maybe stuff. I'd put stuff here as well, but that's all aquifer, I think. Yeah. But it's consistent. Okay, so I think I'm going to place you guys on the tavern, which currently has wine on the floor. And Streamer is going to go be consistent about how quickly he can make a sandwich, because I made a video this morning instead of a sandwich. So if you want to watch me talk about things, now's the time to go watch the most recent YouTube video I uploaded, because I have to go make a sandwich instead of just eating a sandwich. So pardon me for like 2 minutes or so while I make a sandwich. I don't have pickles. I ate the last one yesterday, unfortunately. Which is why I cried myself to sleep last night, I'll have you know, while Googling Bezos' balls. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And also, if you guys could post a round of beers, that'd be rad. Investments just opened up, and if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. I am not going to make a sandwich making cam. That's fine. This is the hand cam, though. Coffee cup. And that's a duck, or a duck quacking, or a goose honking. I don't know. I'll be back in a few. Also, if I come back to a hype train, you guys get bonus points. BRB!
Over here, he has a sword!
Woo!
Cheese for everyone! Sandwich!
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
に
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Oh no, there's vomit on the floor. Did someone start punching somebody? Masterwork puke. Hi, Banana Unlimited. All right. Well, I return. For your first encounter with semi-molten rock, it's not dig. Well, if you dig into it, infinite lava will come out of it. No, you need to be a tier 2 subscriber to get sound commands. You get the generic ones for tier 2. The tier 3 ones are, you know, other things. But I think what Banana, I think, is saying is that he just has my bot muted, so he doesn't actually see what the results are, because some people don't like the spam. I mean, /unmute calcium crypt. I don't know, did you? I would assume, like, if you can't see what the bot's saying, then that would be why. Oh, yeah, I don't have a list. Because there's like 250 of them. It would fill the chat up twice. And the vast majority of them are relevant. The sound commands one is the only important one, which is exclamation point annoy me. One second. All right, how's breakfast? Well, this is lunch. Breakfast was granola with fresh blackberries on it because I went blackberry picking last night. And I took a picture of one of the containers, but there was actually 4. And this was one of the containers I got. There you go. Blackberries. Yeah, I went foraging. Because I was pissed off about, you know, almost getting into a fight. So I needed to go outside and chill. Looks yummy? Yeah. I kind of had to, like, really rummage through the bushes to find ones that were ripe. Did blueberry picking at a farm a while back? There's some blueberry bushes, like, that my neighbor has gorilla planted around my building, which aren't quite ripe yet. They need a couple more weeks. But, I ate that sandwich too fast. All right, what was I doing? Why do I have a bunch of pissed off dwarves? Are they all in the military? They're probably all military. They're all military. Okay. One of them's a militia captain. Well, that's funny. Okay, so let's swap you two out. It's time to go through and remove the most pissed off dwarves. Ooh, you got haunted by the dead. That's not going to help. Let's just give them all a break again. I'm all back on no orders. Take them all off of training from here. Give them all a break. Need to start your bike foraging trips. You've beat rotting? You mean you've been rotting in your house for too long? Yeah, I know what you mean. A few weeks ago, and the rest of the area has wild berries that were not ripe yet. Aw, that sucks. Okay. I currently have run out of ideas of shit to build. So we're gonna dig down to here and focus on getting this stuff finished and queue up a bunch more bedroom stuff. But I also need more stone. So I guess I'm just going to start cutting out down here. Just to like get more of these chert or however you pronounce the CHERT blocks. We get more of these boulders. We'll clear out space over here for future projects. Because currently I kind of want to start building a pink tower on the surface, but kind of can't do that. Oh, there's zombies all over it. We also need to start reclaiming the caverns. Don't really have enough books for a library, so library would be a bit redundant currently. You kind of need a book collection before you start a library. I mean, you don't need it, but I like to have a book collection before I start a library. Interesting. Why isn't your pick showing up? Just a bismuth bronze pick. With rows upon rows of empty bookshelves. Get to writing, you nitwits! Pretty much. Love how there's no icon for this dwarf for some odd reason. Okay, let's get to this. Okay, so we are done making blocks, so Rock cabinet. Rock coffer. Rock door. All of these are going to be made out of this stuff. We're just going to queue up 100 of each. You can study the books after you write them. Oof. Asking a lot of those poor dwarves, man. And we don't even have any books. What's your excuse? That, you know, honestly, now that you make that statement, I have to agree with you. I gotta say, this might be one of my favorite Tarn Adams thumbnails. Just the way he's looking up is just kind of funny. It's like almost like Jebaited, the Twitch emote. Just it's pretty good. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Accurate. I did in fact strike the earth, and I am in fact speaking with surface dwellers. I'm pretty sure most of us here are surface dwellers. Be odd if we weren't. Let's just get those two zoned off as bedrooms. There's a few up here that aren't bedrooms yet. Is it strange that, like, the only real goal I have for next year is that I hope Dwarf Fortress is still a big enough game that we can do another charity marathon next year? It's like, really? That's my only goal for next year, is I just hope that there's enough people watching Dwarf Fort that we can do another community charity marathon like that. It was so fun. It was. And it went quite well. That. I feel like I could build another one up here. But it's so full of aquifer, I really can't. Upper layer, maybe. But, yeah, up there it stays clear. Forgotten Beast. To stop pop migrations until you're ready to just trade? No, I've just lost a lot of doors in this one. You've been getting run over with population recently and needing to make hundreds of rooms in your tavern. Hundreds? The population cap should be 200 by default, unless you've turned that up. But you can absolutely just, like... Excuse me. You can absolutely... Well, number one, yeah, close your tavern. Tavern visitors are not migrants. But literally just go into your game settings and turn it down. I've done that many times. The Forgotten Beast Justeth Githu has come, an enormous scaly spider. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Its lemon scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its poisonous bite. That's potentially terrifying if it shoots webs. But it's fighting with amphibians, so probably not that terrifying. It is terrifying, in fact, because it is, in fact, shooting webs. It's seriously injured already. It is in conflict with something. It's killing quite a few amphibians. Need to see where it shows up. Your frogs, don't worry. There is 469 of them. I wouldn't be too worried about your frogs. Also, Hollow Crevice the Sinful? That's a good name. I mean, I would say tavern visitors do also need actual rooms because they can also go insane in Tantrum. Oh, dang. That artifact didn't get completed. Dwarf stricken by melancholy. Well, killed a few more. Look at how many it's taking out. I can't tell if it's in combat right now or not. It's got 14 notable kills. Oh my gosh. It's already killed it's killed 23 amphibian women and 32 amphibian men. How did I get the help screen up? That's not a help screen. That's DF hack. Look at them all. Holy shit. Oh, there it goes. They finally got it. But yeah, no, this is DF hack. This isn't a help screen. This is the help screen, which is this little question mark button up here, which you can just click. Which I haven't apparently viewed everything of, oddly enough. Since when do I use DF hack? For the last like 3 years. I just play it with it hidden, so I can. There you go, see? DF hack. I just disable literally everything it does by doing that. So I'm playing with it, I'm just not using it. Have you tried any of those race mods? Not really. I don't find them particularly interesting. This is a comment I get asked pretty frequently. I've played as quite a few different races in Dwarf Fortress, and over the years, like I've played as modded goblins, hobgoblins. I've played various like overhaul mods that let you play as other races, like the Star Wars one lets you play as Jawas as an example. I don't care. That's not why I play Dwarf Fort. It doesn't actually change the game enough to be interesting for me. So, have I tried any? No, because I kind of have no interest in them. I think that people's like a strange obsession with playing with other races is a little odd. It's very different from how I play this game. Like, very different. Well, I need to find another location I can build more bedrooms in. Tile sets are not compatible with Steam, periods, so no one has made them because you can't. It's like adding sprinkles to food. Sprinkles to food. And we'll contemplate that concept for a minute. This one's clear. See if I can figure out a way to get a tunnel to over there. Well, it's like there's this one video that popped up of a person playing as every race in Dwarf Fortress except for the dwarves. And they even stated in the video that they'd never played the dwarves and had no intention to. And it's like, okay, cool. We play this game very differently. That's kind of where I begin and end the discussion. I would rather play as dwarves with amphibian people in my fort. That would be my optimal way of playing. But I'm pretty sure there's also a mod for that, so before somebody says there's a mod for that, allow me to reiterate, I would like to play as dwarves with amphibian people in my fortress in the vanilla game. That's what I want. To me, modding doesn't really change Dwarf Fortress all that much because it's just slightly different stats and flavor text. Really, the gameplay is identical between the different factions. So, also, Radu, I'll see you at TwitchCon. I'm assuming you're going to TwitchCon because it's in your backyard. Bought my ticket this morning. Those tickets went up for sale. Also, hi, Radu. Wait a little bit. The little bridge over into here and we'll hollow this guy out. Although, can't do it too much because there's water in this side. We can hollow out this side. See how much of it. So the last time you redeemed a dwarf, my fortress fell like 30 minutes later, so hopefully this goes better than the last time. What kind of dwarf would you like? Farmer? Okay. It is true. The last time Fem redeemed a dwarf, the fort died minutes later. Let's go with this one who's meditating on chaos. Does that work for you? Married to a husband who isn't here. All right. So you are married, your husband isn't here, and none of your kids are here as well. So you abandoned your children and your spouse to move here. You have one friend and who's a peasant and a pet peacock. You're a previous member of the Girders of Puzzling, the Denomination of Wards, the Fatal Faith, and the Maroon Council. And you're also a former member of the Council of Hounds, and you're a member of the Big Danger and all of this stuff. You're a member of our Farmers Guild. You killed 2 goblins in a place called Tone Tooth. And she can be very happy and optimistic, and is quick to anger, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She once killed 2 goblins with a pencil. She is assertive, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontation. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to avoid crowds. She begins to talk louder when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. What moon phase is it? Or half moon phase? It's right there. She personally values tradition and doesn't care about nature one way or another and dreams of raising a family. She likes orthoclase and trifle pewter and wax opal in the color pale brown, crescents and spears and the words of the fatal skull and the sound of the mellow saffron and the sight of the mauve satins, and when possible, prefers to consume giant albatross and yellow bullhead and Kenwa beer and Naf seeds, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Me too. She is thin, her eyebrows are extremely low, her teeth are widely spaced, her nose is hooked, her nose bridge is convex, and her very long hair is neatly combed. Her hair is white, and her skin is dark pink, and her eyes are copper. And there you go. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, the last time I was reading Transfem's Dwarf, a were creature popped up right next to it, and then moments later the whole fort fell. Maybe not moments later, but like within an hour and a half the fort was dead. So. You've never been on You've never been to a TwitchCon. What's it like? Are there a bunch of e-girls? Okay, let's not like insult women for like being attractive on the internet. Okay, so number one, Twitch isn't TikTok, but two, there is a lot of like overlap between Twitch and TikTok. To me, TwitchCon is just a place where all my friends show up for a weekend, so it's a lot of fun generally. That's all it really is. I mean, there are women who are on Twitch, who stream on Twitch, and there are plenty of women at the event. Some of these women wear bikinis while they stream on Twitch and do the exact same job I do. We don't need to curse insults at them. If I was a very attractive woman, fucking damn right I'd be wearing a V-neck top right now. Instead, I'm just a bland, like, average white dude, so... unfortunately, like, that kind of business model doesn't work so well for me. I don't use TikTok at all, period. I will occasionally watch TikToks that people link to me, but I don't use the app. Don't have it on any of my phones. Yeah, you know, honestly, people who go around calling women e-girl thoughts, I genuinely question your outlook on life because, frankly, I've never been upset or concerned by seeing tits on the internet. Frankly, I think the world would be a better place if there was more tits on the internet, so I'm okay with that. How do I know it doesn't work? Have you tried? That's why it doesn't work. Word, MB Audio. I need to double up this wall. Everyone bug? Yeah, pretty much. We have a command for boobies, too. I'm pretty sure it's literally just booby is the command. But that one is less sketchy, Link. Nope. Is it boobs? Boob? I'll find it eventually. I do have a command for that. Let me search for this. There it is. It's booby with a Y. There you go. Stone remembers what it is better than I do. Bark, 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 bark. All of those birds are great. Birds with funny names are pretty high tier birds. I love a good messy tavern. It's a good messy tavern. Uneasy, dwelling upon being haunted by the dead. Recite poetry.
Cheese for everyone!
That's some interesting poetry, Shark Jumping Walrus. I'm having a hard time, like, wrapping my brain around that one. And I'm just gonna opt not to, actually. Stukos went mad, which is why I'm getting the starving pop-up from DF Hack. All sizes are fun? Mm-hmm. I don't know, you might just be, you might want to be careful with how you word that one. That's all I'm gonna say. You might want to be careful with how you word that one. Let's move on. Do you really have to stand on the tree while you do that, Dwarf? It's not a good place to do that. Oh, wow. Literally none of them got stuck over there. I'm shocked. Am I even playing Dwarf Fortress? They all walked onto these trees, and not one of them got stuck. That's insane. Ghost? Where? Ghost? Where? I didn't see no ghost. Yep, I don't see no ghost. Oh, wait, never mind, you're right. Feb. Wait, did it say slab engraved? Yep, I just need to place his slab, apparently. That might have something to do with why there's so many depressed dwarves in the fort. And then fell down a well and exploded? That sounds like it was a fun time. Okay, well, I can actually go up here, deconstruct all of this. Just get those blocks back, because I don't actually need to double up this. It's not a bad little walkway. Certainly sounds like a true DF story. Why are you guys walking this way? Wow, still once again, nobody's been caught. It's crazy. For this side, yeah, I haven't done it on all of the sides, but it's how you secure caverns. I'm trying to secure the caverns so that we can eventually lock them down. Because this will allow us to have cavern superiority and fight back the literal hundreds of cavern creatures. The plan for this fortress is to fully take this cavern, which is going to require us to kill all of the almost 500 magma men, or amphibian men, not magma men, that are on this map currently. Maybe your heart rate, not my heart rate. My heart is generally just irate. That was a terrible joke. All right, let's just dig into this. Holy Frogman? Yes. The Frogman number just keeps going up? Yep. And it's going to keep going up. But that is the actual goal for this fort, is to build up a strong enough military that we can win that fight, and or just set them all on fire. Which is probably going to mean that we're just going to set them on fire. that up to there. Across there. Put more bedrooms on the inside. Can't make space joke? No, this is not Deep Rock Galactic. It's actually kind of funny to me when people try and reference Deep Rock Galactic as like, oh, it's exactly the same as Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's actually quite, like the dwarves in Deep Rock Galactic are quite a bit different than the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress. Both great games in their own right, for sure, but very different games. Nope, nobody said that actually. At least not yet. I feel like I would like Deep Rock and its world more if that game didn't make me violently motion sick, which it certainly does currently. How goes the fort? It's been an uphill climb today, but like it's doing better. It's doing better than it has been. And Stukos has been found dead, dehydrated. Tavern's looking a little rowdy, I'm thinking. Just a little bit rowdy. How many crimes have been? Literally no crimes? Oh, okay, that's impressive. That's, little bit rowdy looking. Nobody's been poisoned, actually. Like, that dwarf died not because they were poisoned. That dwarf died because they went insane because I fucked up an artifact, apparently, which I didn't realize was even going in the first place. So nobody's actually doing a great job tavern poisoning because nobody's been poisoned in the tavern yet. Yeah. There we go. Stukos now has a coffin. That doesn't change it. It's the size of the guns. Big dog. So the size of the gun models, the helmets, just combined with like the inability to turn the FOV up higher, makes that game literally unplayable. Head bob and screen shake are not the issue. It's the size of the gun models that's the issue. And yeah, no, Deep Rock Galactic makes me violently motion sick, and I doubt that'll ever cease to be the case. What's awkward is like there was earlier builds of the game while it was in early access that didn't have the massive gun models, but they actually increased the size of the gun models without allowing you to shrink them to get the game better performance. Because the early access, because I played that game in early access, right? And I put like 40 hours into it during early access. And I actually really liked playing it, but it always kind of ran like shit. Like it always had frame rate problems. And then the 1.0 version, they increased the size of the gun models by like 20%. Which, like, fixed the frame rate problems, but makes me violently motion sick. So it has the Borderlands problem for me, where in order for the game to run functionally, they had to make the guns massive, which means I literally can't play it. Which kind of sucks. Better performance, literally less things on screen to render. It's a common, it's the reason a lot of console shooters, and I think like this was also the case for Deep Rock Galactic to make it run on Xbox. A lot of console shooters do this where they will just make the guns bigger. It's the reason the guns are so big in a lot of like modern FPS games. New Doom is a pretty egregious example, actually. The size of the gun models between Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal is pretty stark. So, like, if you look at, like, PC-centric shooters and then look at console-centric shooters, the size of the gun models is astronomical. I mean, a lot of old FPS games on PC actually let you just straight up remove the gun models. I'm looking at you, Quake. Which, then, if they'd let me just shrink the gun models, I could play it. Yeah, it literally is just less to render on screen. Less polygons. Because, like, games only render what you can see, right? It's not, very few games actually render the whole world constantly, right? There are some examples of games that do that, but that's pretty uncommon. Usually, games will render a small portion of the world that you see, and that's it. And then anything that's outside of your field of view, you can't see. Which makes a lot of sense for something like a first-person shooter. Did you hear about the newest Dwarf Fortress news? No, do tell. Excited to hear anything Dwarf Fortress news related. Oddly enough, you're the first person to say that today, Go. I'm assuming you were just, like, popping into meme to be like, everybody else is saying it. No, today's actually been pretty quiet. It's like, I've had a handful of people tune in who are just like, saw the video. Yeah, more news. But, like, it's mostly just been, like, me pointing people at it. It's been kind of a quiet Wednesday. Hoping tomorrow's more busy. Tomorrow's big day. So for those of you who missed my announcements and haven't noticed the command in the stream title, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific, which is literally 24 hours from now, Tarn, possibly Zach, and Putnam will be joining me on stream, and we will be talking about Dwarf Fortress things. So if you would like to watch a live stream featuring myself, Tarn, and Zach, and Tarn, possibly Zach, and then Putnam, for a live Q&A session. You've seen the video, yes. That'll be happening tomorrow. And then if you can't be here, or if you'll be in bed, or if for some reason you can't make it, that's fine. The VOD will be released on YouTube, slightly edited, the next day. So, on the main channel, not on the VOD channel. Literally in 24 hours, yes. 24 hours from now. Especially since you have a widescreen monitor. Yeah, no, I mean, it's gotten worse as I've gotten older, fan. Wow. So I'm just pulling this headline from a thing that Shark Jumping, or not, the Suited Giraffe stuck on Discord. Apparently Threads has lost more than half of its active users in a week. Cool. Cool. Also, Mark Zuckerberg's face looks like it's gonna fall off. Like, he's got strange white patches on his face. Man, freaks me out a little bit. You closed your ears so I can't spoil the surprise. I'm glad that you have the ability to do that. Must make getting around spoilers in movies great. Gave me a shout out on the Steam page? Did they give me a shout out on the Steam page? I haven't noticed any traffic increase, but... Oh yeah, no, because like the, Yeah, okay, so something's up with Steam and Dwarf Fortress. Something is up with this shit. And I'll show you what I mean. Give me a second. I'm gonna pause the game. Okay, so Steam Dwarf Fort, right? Looks perfectly normal, right? Click on this to go to the news posts, right? If I scroll down, Whoops. Where's the view all? View all. There we go. If I just scroll down, let's just say right around. Okay, maybe too far. Way too far. Okay. If I go to like, let's just say right before release. Okay. 4,000 likes, 367 comments. Okay. Classic mode added. 7,000 likes, 565 comments. Okay, patch notes. 4,700 likes, 500 comments. Okay, arena mode. Awesome. 2,800 likes, 179 comments. Sweet. Yeah, that's fine. It's a lesser patch. Small patch, because literally a button wasn't working. 1,600 likes. PAX Party at PAX East, 3,500. Steam's lagging and frozen, apparently. And Steam, can you respond? Steam, can you respond? Steam, can you respond, please? I showed you my Steam. Please respond. Everything else is working. Am I still live? I'm assuming I am. My computer seems to still be working. Hi. Am I still live? Yeah, okay, sweet. Still in beta, got it. Okay, so Steam, like, has come back now, so I can continue with my thing. Posts about Steam Party, cool, or about PAX Party, cool. Next patch, 2,500. Next patch, 1,600, okay, cool. That was just about merch. After that SDL2 upgrade, 3,600, awesome. Multi-threading is in the beta branch, 3,600, awesome. And then now this one's like, it's like, it's just like, it tanks at a point. It's like, something's up with this. Also, now that I've loaded it up in that screen, the last two have had 1,600, when previously, when I loaded them up in a different screen, they showed 3. So maybe my shenanigans are falsified. It was just published? No, but like this morning when I looked at it, the last 4 all showed like less than a dozen likes, which was very strange. But now they're all fixed, so I don't fucking know. Maybe my conspiracy theory's gone down the drain. All right, I got a bunch of dwarves sleeping in here. I gotta do this. I'm actually convinced that my conspiracy theory's gone down the drain because I was looking at it a couple of days ago and like it was post PAX, everything had like less than 10 likes. It was very strange. But maybe Steam had just gone tits up. Tuesdays? It's definitely not Tuesday though. And also that wasn't Steam going down. That was just Steam crashing my computer apparently. I don't know. I was thinking that there was some sort of like conspiracy to kill Dwarf Fortress, but probably not. Naturally seedless mandarins. Yeah, there's no such thing as naturally seedless mandarins. Gave them a... Oh, you just went and gave them a quick 1,100 likes to even them out. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad that you assisted. Now I'm thinking, can you actually do that? There's got to be like a bot out there that just lets you do that. Seedless mandrills are natural. Yeah, no, I agree with this. If your mandrill has seeds, you have a problem with your mandrill. Never attribute malice to that which is adequately explained by stupidity. I mean, sure, but is corn natural? We kind of pursue gestures upon Pursue generations upon generations of mutant strains. I mean, okay. Like, I don't know, man. If it grows in the ground, it's mostly natural, even if we made it. That's my opinion. Mostly. Actually, you know what? Let's not do these. Let's forbid that. Actually go down one further one and just replace all of these stairs. It likes to remind you that humans are part of nature, so technically anything we've tinkered with is still natural. I'm going to need to process that one for a little bit. Also, I would like to just remind everybody that whenever I hit that sub goal, streamer gifts a mug out to chat. So if you want an opportunity to potentially get mugged by streamer, help us hit that sub goal. As I go all the way around with these chests. Doink, doink. Quadruped composed of Gabe Newell. A forgotten beast named Segu Osmos Behogan Simolatek has come. A quadruped composed of steam. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically, and it's gonna die instantly. It's not gonna make it very far. And yep. Up goes the beast. Rest in peace, beastie. Why is the blood running away? Because there's stealthed invisible enemies there. Mostly amphibians, who I need to fight with soon. I'm just a little bit scared of. And a little bit is an understatement. The frog people are killing them, yeah. And there is like 500 of them in the caverns. So I'm kind of scared of actually going into the caverns again. You might have come up with something diabolical. All right, like diabolical in like in the boys when he goes diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. All right, so I think we're going to assault into the caverns a little bit, chat. I like that we have deep space in this squad. I mean, look at him, he's right there. Uh-oh, that's our ghost. Imwish the Beast Slayer. At least that'll be easy to search for. Look at this. You can search my nicknames now! Hallelujah. The caged creatures drown? I don't think so. I've never tried, actually. But my knee-jerk response would be no. Okay, let's go to war with these cavern critters, chat. Okay, so I've locked the gate. I didn't even need to turn on the burrow. Let's move up. Let's also pause, see if that slab has been engraved yet. So, where did that creature spawn? Up this way? Well, we found the first crew. Reschedule them to down here. Can I get a big round of Vile Force of Darkness and also some Crypt Licks while we're at it because it's very on brand? The dwarves have had quite some time to train. Looks like they're all in the water and they're like coming out of here on the side. It seems like Urvat up here at the front is kind of running into a thing that's sort of like meeting their match. And good fucking god, there's so many. Well, let's hope that the other dwarves can make it up to this location. We haven't lost any dwarves just yet, I don't think. I'm getting an Amber Alert. All British Columbia for an Amber Alert is an abducted female child, 8 years old. Well, I mean, you guys can just Google Surrey, BC Amber Alert if you want to see what I'm talking about. I'm not going to say the name out loud, but geez. All right, haven't seen an Amber Alert in a while. Dwarves getting tired is like the first sign that they will die. Move the squads up to this area. Seems like, at least so far, we are winning. Looking for injuries. This would be such a hard fight to follow, but I will follow some of the combat logs. Oh. More of them are coming out of the water. I'm going to restation my dwarves down here. Let's see, we've got English, the Spearmaster, in a martial trance, just ripping through seemingly dozens of them. He's killed 9 of them. There's 2 more batches. They're all along the edge of the water down here. And Kosoth is a smart dwarf. Dives into the water to make sure that he drowns before they kill him. So, rest in peace, Kosoth. Unless you're able to climb out, which doesn't seem smart. Stacked was found dead, and Datan, the spear dwarf, was found dead. I think I'm going to station them back down over here. Hopefully get them a little bit further away from the ocean, from the water, because that seems dangerous. Where did that dwarf fall in? Oh, he's still alive, damn. This is Safe Keeps the Second spouse, who is now dead. Rest in peace. I consider this a successful raid. Holy shit. My zombie dwarf has found them, so you know what? I'm gonna send the dwarves back out. Wait, are you injured? Why are you still back here? Oh. Kind of want to just send them back up there. I feel like they need a break, so we'll bring them back. Where are you going? I mean, if you insist on going out to pick up equipment, it's on you if you die. back in here. There we go. Not a bad raid, what's the word? Raid in the caverns. 8 kills on you. 6. 0. Slacker. 0. Slacker. Look at all these slackers up in here. Let's see how we did. I can see how many there is. So we killed like less than 100 of them. Well, let's give these dwarves a break. And I've got 2 dwarves to memorialize. But you were found dead. Oh, I see. It's a pretty decent trade. Yep, and we're going to just kind of keep doing that. We're going to just start raiding the caverns. That's going to be like the kind of theme of this fort. Is we're just going to start raiding the caverns. Cole was found dead. Ah. The mood is pretty bad, though. That's the rough bit. I was gonna say, is there a dwarf out here? Or is heck hope not? Oh, there's a cat. Stray kitty, run away! Run away, kitty. You can do it, dude. I have faith. Come on, kitty. Yes, Zevo. You just asked and answered your own question with an observation. So the kitty is finding all of the froggies. Had a bath. While running away from all of these creatures. Rest in peace, kitty. Display the captive enemies as a symbol of victory. Oh, trust me, this ain't no victory. Like, maybe you consider this a victory, but trust me, this ain't no fucking victory. Very far from it, even. There we go. Urvad the Lime Maker was found dead drowned. Can they get in from the Western Waters? If they actually tried hard enough, yeah. But they haven't yet, so. They could also just swim in from here. But again, they haven't yet, so. Actually, maybe not. I don't know, there's quite a lot of trees in here. It's hard to tell. So yeah, they could swim in from over on this side. I just kind of don't expect them to. Not really how their pathing works. Revenge for all the frogs cats kill? Revenge for all the frogs the cats kill. Oh, you mean like them killing? Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Speaking of cats, apparently my neighbor's cat brought a live rat into his apartment yesterday, which he was not happy about. You know, this place is a little bit pukey, guys. I think I'm gonna have to remove my 2 performers. I need this place to be a little bit less vomity. See if I can make this place a little bit nicer. Maybe add in some statues or something. I think we still have some statues. Raging Cave is over here telling a story. I recited the crystals and the executioner at the charcoal dinner and enjoyed that. I brought a friend over. Yep. Yeah, no, he says that he got out of bed and just saw the cat staring underneath one of their cabinets a little bit and saw his tail stick out and goes, "Bah!" No, Quattrolol. There is no way to convert things that are not willing to join you. Visitors have the option to join you through your fort's mayor, but that's it. And let's make rock slabs out of cherts, and let's do 80. I need a bunch of those. Also, we're stuck in an ad, so I'm just not going to do anything for the next 90 seconds. It's funny, in many ways, Dwarf Fortress is less brutal than RimWorld. I think in that one way, Dwarf Fortress is significantly more brutal than RimWorld. Oh, also, chat, small flashbang incoming, but if you want to help me out, my VODs channel only needs another 100 subscribers for me to apply to YouTube Partner. We've basically achieved the number of hours I need. I just need another 500 hours, which I'll get in like 2 days at the rate we're going. But I need another 100 subs on the VOD channel to be able to apply for YouTube Partner. What's the blue stuff in the tavern? That's alcohol. It's dwarven wine. It's wine. If it's yellow, it's pus. Paul Harvey, what kind of dwarf would you like? Any dwarf works, just happy dwarf? Beard or no beard? Nope. No beard? So you want the armor? Who's currently forging an iron helm. Okay. Paul Harvey. Prefers to be alone and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. Is not... Also, Arkshroom, I just want to say thank you very much for that Prime sub. That's the first notification of money in 4 hours. The last one was a Prime sub 4 hours ago, so thank you very much. She has an active imagination and she is often cheerful in the face of... and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others.
Thanks you at Jam Jalopy for the sub gift.
Thank you, Diamond Destruct, for the 26th month, courtesy of Jam Jalopy. Hope you're doing well, Diamond. She is often cheerful and brave in the face of imminent danger, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is very humble, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Deep Space, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you, mate. She personally thinks friendship is important and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. She doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes calcite and rose gold and white jade and red squirrel leather and crossbows and large gems and wicked crones for their macabre ways. And the words of the wicked of the South Wanderer and the sight of the euphoria of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume carambola wine and absolutely hates snails. She is very skinny and her nose is extremely long. Her hair is straight and her long hair is neatly combed. She has a clear voice and her tall ears are extraordinarily broad. Her eyebrows are quite long and her head is somewhat short. Her pale chestnut skin is wrinkled and her brass eyes are somewhat narrow. Her hair is goldenrod. Thanks much for the hype train, dude. All right, anything else about this dwarf? You're married to Napalm Sideburns. You have 2 kids. You have a older half brother who's dead, and your aunt is in the military, and your cousin is dead, who was also in the military. You worship a pantheon of gods. Gwillem, what's up? Hope you're doing well. What happened to the stockpile that was here? I had a stockpile here. That's very confusing. I must have accidentally deleted it, but odd. Early meeting, now caffeinating? Well. Trying to figure out how people get random animal men in their fortress. My default response to that is cheating mostly. A lot of DF hack to do that. They join from visiting musician groups. It's very rare to get them in music groups. It's usually like elves and goblins and sometimes humans. So you need a public tavern, which is very dangerous. And then you need them to just show up and ask. So it's pretty low chance that that'll happen. He died a few months later, just an accident. Dwarfs, Tick Man? Ew.
Hi all, smiley face.
Bobble Page, thanks for the Prime for a 7th month. Welcome back. But thank you very much for that Prime sub for a 7th month. It's good to have you around, dude. Skimming YouTube comments again. It's a problem. I shouldn't do that too much, but here I am reading YouTube comments again while streaming. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that. Must have been something collapsing on it. I feel like I should make soap. We have enough beds for everybody. Or 40 minutes too early, whatever you prefer, yes. Diamond, what have you been up to? How you been, man? It's been a little bit. This person commented on one of my videos. They're just like, what in the hell are procedural faces? Surely he means procedurally generated faces. It's like, yes, that's what I mean. Also, I only have so many characters for each YouTube title, and I ran out, okay? So, like, come on. Thank you very much for the train, chat. Appreciate you guys. With the 8 subscriptions and 0 bits. I do gotta say, we are very much in summertime. All of Twitch noticeably slows down in the summer. Contrary to popular belief. Cog, the cheesemaker, has created Reelon Nuthmick, Stagshill Rodim, a magnetite figurine of Jerrygord. He claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kivish. This is my most expensive artifact, and it's a figurine of Jerrygord. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. On the item is a masterfully designed image of Jerrygord, the dwarf, and Wilmeal, the amphibian man, in magnetite, by Cog. Jerrygord is making a plaintive gesture, Willmeal is laughing. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of Jerry Gord by the amphibian man Willmeal in Burnvault in the mid-autumn of 510. It is encrusted with oval magnetite cabochons and indigo tourmaline cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron and menaces with spikes of pig bone. On the item is an image of a marquee cut gem in magnetite. On the item is an image of Jerry Gord, the dwarf, and Willmeal, the amphibian man, in pig bone. Jerry Gord is making a plaintive gesture. Willmeal is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Jerry Gord by the amphibian man Willmeal in Burnvault in the mid-autumn of 510. I want to know, is Willmeal still alive? That's the question. This is the one that killed the cat. This guy is priority number 1 for murder. Doing some holiday? Well, I hope you're having a good holiday. Hell yeah, man. This one killed a forgotten beast. Man, you're punching up. What, did you miss, potato? You didn't miss a potato. Excuse me. But tomorrow, Zach and Tarn will be on stream with Putnam. That might be a thing you've missed. They're playing a song. Listen to music. They're playing the Mellow Saffron. The Mellow Saffron is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Imperial Coal. So it's music written by us. Well, it'll be happening in 23 and a half hours. Diamond. Too small if you ask me, but then I name things stuff like, I had an image in my head, and it was only partially realized by this portrait of Pratt and Gorman. Pratt and Gorman, so maybe I should be limited. Yeah. Maybe you should. I mean, creative limitation is fun. You will be at work this time tomorrow? It's okay. It goes up on the YouTube channel the next day. So you will get the opportunity to see it. It's not like you'll never see it again. I mean, it's on the main branch now. You don't need to go over to the experimental branch to mess with it now. Willem. And if you want to send in questions for the interview, you can do that basically until the end of today's stream. The command for that's in the title of the stream. It's Bay12 Talk. So !Bay12 Talk. And you can send in a question for Zach, Tarn, or Putnam. I don't actually know if Zach's going to be there. Zach's never confirmed until, like, the day of, so... But he's been at the last few, so I'm kind of just assuming he'll be there. It's kind of funny. Like, Zach never went on any of them until he met me. For the second time, actually. Gremlin Mayor when? It's going to be about the same as the last time you asked that question, right? Are you just walking and puking? Seems about right. Somebody puked. So you can listen podcast style? Hell yeah. Works for me. I want to know... okay, I might actually do a thing. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Definitely nobody does this. Absolutely nobody does this. Why would anybody do this in the first place? Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Also, nobody does this. And lastly, we're gonna make one for cleaning. Just gonna set everybody to cleaning because I want to get all of this vomit cleaned up. Sure, that works. Everybody does this. Zach thinks I'm okay, dude. He told me at PAX last time that he watches my videos, which I think's funny. Speaking of character limits, I was gonna say clean your fucking vomit, but instead it's just clean your Watch none of them clean anything. Most of them are just going to sleep. Do the stockpile clean? I mean, I could try. Zip. Let's see if this works. I did set that to everybody does this, right? It worked really consistently in water lungs. But maybe they're all just that busy socializing. Yeah, they really, 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 really don't want to clean up these piles of vomit. In fact, somebody else just vomited, I think. You know, I'm actually tempted to use DFHack to just clean everything. It doesn't actually change anything. It just looks ugly. Clean vomit, they lick it. No, they pick it up with their hands. Come on. As for what they do with it afterwards, I don't want to worry about it. I'm just, like, realizing that siege has been out there for quite a while. You're slightly worried about it? What, how they clean up stuff? I mean, how do they catch fish? They don't use fishing rods. So how do dwarves catch fish? Is your current Quizarino. Hands, PB says? I like to think that male dwarves just lean into the water with their beards and use them as nets. And for the lady dwarves, I don't worry about it. Grenades. That's the old-fashioned way? Well, that's news to me. I know my grandfather apparently during World War II used dynamite to go fishing a good number of times. They just flop around like Smeagol. I mean, Smeagol killed a whole studio. You know, honestly, I think that that's just like the monkey's paw curling on capitalism is Smeagol like being such a bad video game protagonist that a whole studio shut down. Like, I don't know how many of you guys saw that article, but Daedalic Games just don't make games anymore. They're just going to publish games now going forward because of how badly Golem went. Which is kind of insane. Not Smeagol's fault? I mean, sure, true. But I don't think Smeagol helped. I think Smeagol's just a real bad video game character. All I'm saying is, like, life's not looking all that great for Embracer Group, and we need to exploit the Lord of the Rings as much as possible. That is a direct quote from one of the Embracer Group higher-ups, which is kind of insane to me. You're too busy praying to Zen God to go chop down trees. Can you please go chop down... Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know what's going on here. Ah, I was right. Kind of expecting to chop down this tree and just see 50 amphibian people pile over the thing. Exploit, like Star Wars, yes. Sucks to see what's happening to Lord of the Rings. Yep. The sad part is I can't even say that Tolkien's turning over in his grave because, like, it's like he's got his family to thank for all of that. And I don't know. There's points with, like, a lot of media properties where I'm just like, can't we just, like, let it be? But apparently not. It's not how capitalism works. If you own something, you must exploit it, naturally. Must wring it dry and then some. Yep. Didn't the Tolkien's son die or so in the same period? Oh, I mean, there's an estate, like, there's a company that's, like, being the steward of it. I don't know about Tolkien's son dying or anything. To be honest, I haven't followed it that closely. Was when Christopher died? Okay. Yeah, I know very little about, like, Tolkien's family estate and, like, ownership rights of that stuff. What I do know is I have zero interest in watching or listening to any of it. Speaking of things I have zero interest in watching or listening to, so we live in a very strange era. A Indiana Jones movie just came out, and it was a flop. I legit didn't even know that that movie had released. I mean, I've read all of the Lord of the Rings books, and I've seen all of the Lord of the Rings movies and almost none of the Hobbit movies. I saw the first Hobbit movie and I hated it and fell asleep during the second one. Although I have seen the animated Hobbit movie from a billion years ago, which I remember liking as a small kid, but I don't think was actually any good. But yeah, no, I read all of the books. And yes, and yet it was much better than the last one. I have weird mixed memories of the last one. Because I only saw it once and I saw it in theaters and I remember like not hating it and then like retroactively starting to hate it as I left the theater. I was like, did I like that movie? And then by the time I got home, I decided I didn't like that movie. When there's a whip, there's a way? That sounds like fun. Wait, what? We're talking about Indiana Jones still? Okay, never mind. Let's throw this down. Get out these gems. I'm pretty sure Harrison Ford has stated bluntly that he doesn't want to act anymore and is just doing it for the money. Like, he literally like, based on interviews I've seen with Harrison Ford, all the guy wants to do is stay home and smoke weed. And you know what? Frankly, they should let him. Like, just let the man stay home and, like, have a retirement. Like, he doesn't want to act anymore. He literally stated the only way that he would return to Star Wars is if they killed Han Solo. Like, he's just like, I'll return to Star Wars if you kill my character so I don't have to do this again. Like, that's a quote from Harrison Ford. What, Harrison Ford smoking weed would be a great podcast? I mean, admittedly, I would probably listen to that podcast too. Just listening to him, like, complain about Hollywood while stoned, I would listen to that podcast. Because the people put in charge of things are not creatives. The people put in charge of things are people with money, and the people who have money are rarely creatives. So obviously they're gonna fuck it up. Like, that's a given. They need Han Solo to show up as a Force ghost. Fucking at that point, they can just use some, like, CG avatar. There was also, like, a bit where there's a quote flying around from Harrison Ford, because there's a portion of, like, the new movie where he's, like, a young Indy again, but they don't update his voice. Apparently, Harrison Ford doesn't like the tech to make people look younger, and only agreed to let them make him look and sound younger if they didn't fuck with his voice. Which is, I mean, I respect it. I don't know what else to say. How they plan to starve out the writer's strike? You mean just literally wait until people start defaulting on their houses? That's the quote that I've seen flying around. I don't know if that's like the actual plan, but... To me, the truly terrifying thing is that new Indiana Jones movie cost almost $300 million to make, which is almost twice as much as the Crystal Skull. Almost twice as much as the Crystal Skull. That is insanity. No, I didn't see what Ron Perlman had to say. Is it gonna crush me, or am I going to agree with it? All right, hit me with it then in that case. I'm sure I could Google it, but... They cut back all of the city-owned trees on Barham just to F over the picket liners. This is after Universal is already under investigation for tearing up sidewalks on Lancashire, making it unsafe for picketers there. Wow. That's fucked up. You know, every like I listened to a podcast that talked about like the writers' strike quite a bit. The other night, I'm about to get hit by an ad, so half of you aren't gonna hear this. Chat, holler when you're through the ads, and I'll keep talking. Just gonna dig until then. There's actually, on the topic of cutting down trees, there's a vigilante that's been going around cutting down trees in air quotes walkable areas to prevent 15-minute cities where I live. So that's cool. So there was like this whole street that had like these lovely little trees planted on it, and somebody went and cut them all down. Yeah, that's what I said. Is this like a play on Yeehaw? Ulfsire? Also, hi, Ulfsire. How are you? How's things, mate? What's the point of that? For some reason, some people have it wrapped into their weird, like, distorted minds that 15-minute cities and walkable cities are government oppression designed to control us, which is false. So, you know, propaganda. Glad to see the new computer working. Yeah, it's working. All right, chat, just to save my frame rates, they'll respawn. I need to do this all caps. I misspelled Endymion, man. There we go. Let's see how what that does to my frame rate. Yeah, it brought me back up to 100. Sweet. Ron Perlman's quote in response to the statement going around about waiting until the actors' unions to start losing their houses was, there's a lot of ways to lose your house. Some of it is financial, and some of it is karma, and some of it is just figuring out who the fuck said that. And we know who said that and where he fucking lives. There's a lot of ways to lose your house. Wow, that's brutal in the best way. That is brutal in the best way. The forgotten beast Zolsan Zangu Ostru has come. A giant one-eyed wren. It has a spiral shell, and its feathers are patchy. Beware its poisonous sting. Uh-oh. It's flying in on this layer, chat. It comes from the deep. Lost it. Yeah, I don't know. For me, when it comes to Hollywood, I think Hollywood's in kind of a really shitty, dark time right now. Purely because of the fucking suits in charge and streaming. Not as in Twitch streaming, I mean like as in like Netflix. And it's going to be really curious to see where this ends up. Hello, wait, what? How are you? We're about to fight with a forgotten beast. But I need it to fly onto my plateau first. Currently, it's under my plateau. It's diving down. I need to go back up. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Okay, not that way. Doofus. It almost flew onto my plateau. Oh yeah, we've been here before. Especially when it comes to paradigm shifts in Hollywood. Is there really that much aquifer down here? Damn, that's a deep aquifer. Someone outside's blasting Joy Division. For once, I actually respect somebody's music taste outside. It was actually how hard it was to actually get a near-dead civ repopulated. Note to self, build and retire a few forts. Oh, fuck yeah, build and retire like 30 forts before you try. There's a reason I do that. Because it's largely the only way to, like, recover a fort like that. Or a civ like that. So it's going to fly into the basement at some point. I'm kind of just, like, on the side right now of just ignoring it. So, dwarves, go back to doing whatever the hell you were doing. Your best friends is one of the regional Teamsters bosses, and I tell you, this UPS will go on. Wait, what? I feel like I need to catch back up. I think you had climate protesters in Germany who cut trees as a protest? Seems dumb. You know, I had somebody once suggest that I should get my meds delivered through the mail service, and I'm like, that seems like a terrible idea for that exact reason, Fayen. I just walk to the place to get my meds. You have backup meds, so you'll be fine. That's good. My meds have shelf life, pretty short shelf life, so. Did it end up here? No, you haven't typed in anything in the last 20 minutes. The last thing you typed in was he even emoted, followed by oh no. Yeah, no, you didn't post anything inappropriate here. That being said, if you just like were sexting your partner and you typed it in my chat, I wouldn't delete it, but I would laugh at you really, really hard. So, for whatever that's worth, if that makes you feel any better, but I guess it also depends on what you're saying. Yeah, I see a spooky ghost. We're working on it. I did once have somebody type in their address and phone number in my chat, accidentally. I immediately just, like, nuked it out of my chat so fast. It was just like they were trying to type it into a web page and fucked up. I mean, I guess they still typed it into a web page, just wrong web page. That's one of your worst fears? I mean, in my entire streaming career, it's happened once. Once. How's things been, Elfsire? Game still selling? You're still getting reviews. I think you're still 100% positive, aren't you? Careful, you might end up being like the highest rated Steam game of all time. P. Sherman, Wally, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney. Yes. You're in danger of becoming a maniac? Why? Because it's still selling? Or because you haven't gotten a negative review yet? You're just gonna get so full of your own, like, your own Kool-Aid that you're gonna forget how to function as a game developer and take criticism. Be like, well, I have a 100% positive reviewed game. And everybody will be like, yeah, and? Like, I don't know, I don't have anything else. Napalm, you have a good night. Remember to take your meds. Fortunately, I have a really hard time forgetting to take my meds because of the type of meds I have to take, but... Thanks for the PSA for the rest of chat. This is a very wet caverns. Uh-oh. Wait, no, that was a ghost. Never mind. Still waiting for that forgotten beast to fly back up in here, the very easily distracted burb. Also, chat, if you buy Path of Acra, please continue the 100% positive review trend. We don't want to destroy this. The discussion of that game possibly getting a negative review is a crime against game development. Path of Acra deserves 100% positive reviews, and it should continue as such. And if you like games where you just make builds, go check that game out. Time to start making blocks again. Don't worry. Uh-huh. I worry about a lot of things, so. At this point, I don't even think Ulfsire would be mad. You know, like, when you've got, like, 200-something reviews, or close to 300 reviews on your Steam game, and you haven't gotten a negative one yet, when that person finally comes along and leaves a negative review, it'll be like, wrong. It'll just be how you feel. A 1-star review is just a 6-star review that overflay. That's not how that works, but... It is very hot in here. What is the temperature outside right now? 31! Well, that explains it. I was like, why is it so hot in here today? God damn it. And 50% humidity? Okay, who turned the water up? Jesus Christ, planet Earth. Fucking cease. Scrolling back up chat, seeing if I missed anything. Just napalm sideburns going to bed. You feel like a fish? Do you wish you was a fish? Quality movie, by the way. Okay, since I'm using DF hack anyway, I'm just gonna clean. Lot clean. What I think I want. I guess if I hover over this and go spot clean. But I have the thing selected. Yeah, whatever. Maybe it's for the best. We'll just leave the vomit on the floor. It really adds to the patina of the fort. I have a sudden desire to watch The Incredible Mr. Limpet. You don't like it adding to the patina, Elfie? Not a fan? I mean, it's seasonally appropriate. Decorations, that much is for sure. Hey, a book that I ordered has been printed now. Let's see if I can open this image. Not worth showing. Oh, here, I'll just do it this way. Hey, book that I ordered has been printed. Look at all those printed books. They just need to be, like, given hardcovers. Kickstarter book. It's a book called Shift Happens. It's about the history of keyboards, which is the most me book ever. It's like I don't read a lot of books, but when I do, it's usually something boring as shit like that. It's like the history of keyboard design and like where modern keyboard design came from and who invented like the different mechanisms and yeah, seems like it'll be a fun read. Also, another book that I ordered is apparently getting delivered. Like, I pre-ordered a bunch of books, like, 8 months ago, and they're all arriving now. One of the other ones I got was, Doom Guy, which is John Romero's, like, Making of Doom book, which I'm kind of curious to listen to, because it's supposedly going to be completely different than Masters of Doom, which is the other Making of Doom book. Can I do a read of that? I might get DMCA'd, but I have a feeling that John Romero's probably a cool enough guy to not do that. I'd need to look at who the publisher of it is. Because believe it or not, reading books on stream is about as DMCA'ble as music. Like, I could probably read, like, the foreword from it, or a few pages, but if I read the whole thing and archive the VOD, I might get in trouble. Do a little bit more exploring. I'm gonna check something. How are we doing on iron currently? 85 iron bars and like no ash. Got it. Let's see what we're missing down here. Pray that blind gets way more. I'm so praying for an end to the dam's fire smoke. Are you getting smoked out? I've been there. Like, that shit sucks. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. Getting smoked out is literally the worst state you can be in. Man, I wish I made it down to this cavern first. I would have just built in these. Maybe I need to move a chunk of the fort down here. This is such a cool fucking cavern. Like, look at this thing. But don't worry, we'll get smoked out by forest fires in 3 months. Or sometime in the next 3 months. It's not all in one place, doesn't matter. Is that actually a Tarn Adams quote? Where did you get that from? This is such a cool cavern. Like, holy shit. Dig all the way over to here. Gonna make little walkways going from area to area. Maybe I'll put like a vault down here or a prison down here or something. I don't know, but I need to do something with this area. Uh-oh. Beastie. The puke of larva. Are you finally coming for me? Oh, shit. It may be. Although it's pretty high up. Where is that giant burb at? Eddie Burb. Come on. It's just poisonous sting, though. As a reader for the book, sure. Definitely. That's absolutely the type of content I create. I recommend, if you would like to read the book, here's a link where you can buy it. It's not an expensive book. Also, you could listen to the audiobook on Audible, and the Kindle version is like 12 bucks. I would recommend just doing that. To really piss off the goblins in the Necro Tower? I mean, I'm not rebuilding this Civ. The Civ is fine. Like, honestly, like the Civ that I'm playing right now is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with this Civ. I think it's hovering a little bit too close. Need to start hotkeying this fort because stuff's so far apart. Like, frankly, it's a pretty cheap book. So if you're that interested in the book, I recommend you just read it yourself. Which is why I purchased it. To read it. And I'm unfortunately one of those super duper 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 cautious streamers where I try my goddamn hardest. My goddamn hardest to just never break any rules. It's like I realize that there are some people on Twitch that like don't give a shit about rules and don't give a shit about DMCA and will just do things for money to like get noticed because they are, you know, controversial or whatever. I'm not that kind of person. I don't think I ever will be. So, President knows. You have a good night. It was good. Gute Nacht to yourself. But yeah, no, I refuse to push the line because unlike some of those channels that can just kind of get away with things and push the limits. I don't make enough money where I can even like begin to flirt with the idea of potentially getting a takedown request on my stuff, because on Twitch it's potentially a ban, right? And that just means I can't work, and that's bad. Unless it happened to happen on like a Friday and I only got banned for a day, and then it would be fine, because then I would just take the day off anyway. But oh, plenty of people are pretty egregious about that stuff. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Bubble Page. I mean, I've had people ask me to record audiobooks before, but frankly, I think that's something I would do as like a paid gig. Like, if somebody wants to hire me to read your book out loud and record it, I'll do it. But, I mean, my voice is just my voice on my stream all the time, so if you want my voice, just watch my streams or listen to the VODs. Like, I would be totally down to record an audiobook for somebody. But, unless it's something that I've been hired to do, I have no interest in doing that on my stream. Goat Swarm, what kind of dwarf would you like? Pretty wide variety of dwarves available. We've got plenty of these dwarves have armor on because they are soldiers. Bearded and military. Okay, so you want somebody in the military? Let's find someone in the military who isn't pissed. Ah, let's give you Meng. Meng's a militia commander and has killed 8 creatures in the caverns, including a giant cave toad, a cave crocodile, and 5 amphibian people. Goat Swarm, aka the Goat, or Goaty McGee, is impervious to the effects of stress after being caught in the rain in 509. He finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He often feels discouraged and finds obligations confining. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he is often nervous, and he is a friendly individual and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Combat? Combat? That's fine. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Views any show of emotion as offensive. Values tranquility and a peaceful day, and doesn't see attainment of knowledge as important. He's pretty Vulcan-ish. He does not care about friendship and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Goat Swarm likes marble, zinc, and yellow zircon, hedgehog leather, and sheep's wool, naff fabric, and plants for their popped kernels. And maize plants for their popped kernels, and the sound of the sprinkles of bewilderment, and when possible prefers to consume single-grain wheat beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Hates jumping spiders, likes popcorn. Medium-length beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. He has extremely long hair is neatly combed, and his nose is extremely long, like his hair. And he has very low cheekbones, and his ears have small lobes, and his hair is gray mixed with buff, and his skin is dark peach, and his right upper arm bears a straight scar, and his eyes are silver. And the ghostly lie maker has been put to rest. Long live long and prosper, Commander. Yes, long live Commander. Yeah, definitely something, live long and prosper. There's like a peasant or two that don't have beds, but that's about it. Yeah, the only problem that I have with it being so hot in here, like, really, like, I'll get by. I'll survive. It's not that bad. But it does make thinking rather difficult, which makes me bad at my job. Like, I'm better at my job if I don't need to think about every single word I'm saying and I can just kind of ramble. when it's super hot in here, it's really hard to just ramble. Currently watching from work, which is against the rules. Don't get fired from work to watch my stream. It's not worth it. That's all. Period. I mean, I'm streaming at work right now, but like, please don't get fired from your job to watch my stream. Shields. Iron shields. And let's make charcoal. 300, but I probably just, yeah, I just need more wood. Wait, what? Thank you for being the first person to gift a sub in just over an hour. Appreciate you, man. Means a lot. Really does.
This is madness. Madness.
You love it, Pocket Glass? Yay! I made it in like 20 minutes this morning. It's kind of a speedy edit, that one. What, from you working? How's thing, Hobo? New DF news video, which went up today, which has almost 6,000 views and has been up for 7 hours, which is the first time a video has done that well since like December, which is nice. Actually since more like January, but I'm okay. It's hot here. I'm sitting in a puddle because it's hot here, and I have a fan pointed at me, and my window's open, and there's a breeze, and it's still really hot in here. Could be worse, but could be better. Thinking is kind of difficult. Probably gonna swap to Xenonauts in a minute. So okay, things are okay. Trying to trick people into subscribing to my second YouTube account so that I can hit 1,000 subscribers so that I can apply for partnership on my second YouTube account. Welcome back. I hope that the impromptu grocery run was good. But chat room, like I just said, I think it's time to swap over to some Xenonauts. You know, we've made some good progress in the fort today. We ended up with a Baron. We got a mayor. We killed a lot of amphibian people. We hollowed out a lot of space and then dug down and found this really cool series of very large stone pillars down in the basement, which I need to do something with, and we're going to do something with, damn it. Just gonna queue this up here. Not with the closest material, but being a little bit more specific. Fought several forgotten beasts. We fought that Etten, who was a member of the communion of hugging, which is still funny. Who then literally strangled one of my dwarves to death. But I think it's time for us to see no evil, Xeno evil. I think, and maybe we'll end up playing some more of this fort tomorrow. I was kind of planning on playing Machine Waters tomorrow, but we'll see what ends up happening. This fort's pretty fucking cool. And currently we're under siege by a whole bunch of, you know, zombies. So it's a good time. I think it's time for you guys to say goodbye, YouTube. It was a neck hug. It was a very, very tight neck hug, yes. But chat room, if you guys could say goodbye, YouTube, that'd be rad. Let's go play some Xenonauts. Strangle is kind of a hug. It's a very enthusiastic hug. God, I can't get over the. I can't get over that story about Threads losing, like. I need to go hear this. There's a weird sound outside. I need to go check it out. Give me